Okay, everyone. It is now 9:30 here in New York, and we are welcoming you to Skills Showcase 2022. Very excited to have you with us today. We'll start with a few thanks. Thanks to the speakers who are going to present today. The way the speakers were chosen to this is a true peer-to-peer organization. So we first solicited ideas and presentations. We ran a survey with the core group, and then people suggested what they want to speak about. We went back to the core group, they voted how much they like to hear each of those, and the 15 people who are going to do the Shark Tanks and the other presentations, the content presentations, were all voted by the group. So those are interested topics that should be of interest to everyone. I also want to thank the sponsors, Simpson Thatcher for hosting, HBR Consulting for sponsoring, and Gather Voices and Shindig provided the platforms for us to collaborate in and interact with, and ILTA for spreading the word. The co-organizers, Ron, Mary, Lucy, Tanisha, thank you so much. There was a lot of work going into this. And the support team, Ali, Erdita, Anna, and most of all, the amazing Stephanie, who make this all happen seamless, as it seems to us. A little history about skills. So about 20 years now, the people who lead knowledge and innovation in law firms got together in a privately held group. And then about 3 years ago, we started inviting other people to join in the second half of the day. It used to be in the afternoons. With the pandemic last year, we switched to 2 separate days, and we continue with it. So this is the Skills Showcase, which is open to the legal community at large. We limited to about 500 people on the Zoom who were invited, and the rest can watch it on the live stream. We going to run today, and then tomorrow there is the small group gathering of the people who lead those functions. We have the survey posted on the website as well. We start every year by asking people what did they do in the prior year, what they think they're going to do in the next year, and what they want to talk about when we get together, which drive the idea for the agenda. And you could read the report on the site. Two interesting, before we go to the agenda, 2 interesting people did something with the data. One, Abs from Fringe Legal, took all the video introductions that people posted and marked what they talk about, and you could read about it in his post. And the other, who might present in the lunch break, took the report and did some further analysis of the data. So there's a lot of conversation around data today, and which we'll get to it. But for now, we're going to go to the agenda on the deck. Agenda. Thank you. So, as I said, on the site, you could see video introductions of the core group people who introduced themselves. We had a reception on Shindig where people can talk to each other. We're going to have another opportunity in the end of the day to meet each other like a cocktail party. We're going to start with Keynote. We invited Jason Barnwell, which many of you know from Microsoft, to set the tone. We asked Jason both to be inspiring and scary for us at the same time when we talk about, when you hear his conversation. And we enlisted, since he has so much to talk, and people submitted over 100 questions to Jason ahead of time. So we invited someone who speaks much faster than me, and Kay Kim, my colleague, is going to interview him in a fire chat conversation. Then we're going to have, after each content session, we're going to have 3 presentations. We call them Shark TED Talk Tank. It's a TED Talk-like presentation with people in a short period of time trying to convey an idea. And it's a Shark Tank because at the end of each session, we're going to ask you to vote how relevant is it for you. We're going to get back to that. So after each content, there are going to be 3 sessions. They each have about 6 to 7 minutes presentation with 3 and 4 minutes question and answers. We ask you that whenever you have a question, put it in the chat, but put in all caps the word question before. So the moderator can find the questions from all the noise that we have. Not noise, great conversation, but noisy for the moderator who tries to find what questions you have. So just write question and then ask the question during the 7 or 6 minutes video. And then in the 3 or 4 minutes, the moderator for each session, which is one of the co-organizer, will ask those questions or those that we have time in the 3 or 4 minutes. Then we're going to take a break A word on the people who see us on the live stream or on skills.law. They are not going to see the breakout rooms. So you have the presentation, you have the 3 sessions after that, it's all being broadcasted, and then we go to breakout rooms for 20 minutes for conversation. It's going to be randomly assigned. We ask you to jump into the conversation. Don't waste time on introductions, accept immediately. You only have 20 minutes, and they're going to be the content session and the 3 sessions you just saw, and that's a group conversation. This is private. We ask that you don't quote each other, that you don't talk about anything else that's being broadcasted, is public. Whatever happens in the breakout rooms is private conversation, so please respect that. And then we're going to take a short break for you to check your emails and to do whatever you need to do. And we're going to get together at 11:10 for the second session, where Ari Kaplan is going to tell us about a survey that he did. He interviewed many partners on the state of legal innovation. And then we're going to have 3 other sessions related to that. At lunch break, which is half an hour, you're invited to come here. And last year we had a very lively conversation during the break. So if you want, you could do it and eat with us, or you could take the time off. And then at 12:45, we're going to talk about data. And we're going to hear from Bobby and Sarah about their report and spotlight on that. 3 sessions related to that. Another break, 2 o'clock. We're going to hear from Ron and Zach about the Gartner Legal Tech Hype Cycle highlights. 3 sessions related to that. Another break, and then we're going to get to data and AI. Brian is going to tell us a little bit about his journey, and then 3 sessions. At 4:20, we're going to be done with the breakout session. You have 10 minutes to switch back to Shindig for the award ceremony and after party. We're going to give 2 awards. One is the most engaging video introduction. We invited all the core team to put their 1-minute introduction, so we don't have to do it here. We have about 150 of those, so that's 2.5 hours that we did before coming here to see what each other is doing and what we're working on. And the second one is going to be for the most relevant presentation from the 15th. So that's the agenda, and then we're going to end the after party at 5:30, and we're going to send you back home. With that, a few house rules on the next slide. First of all, remember this is broadcast, so everything you say is being broadcasted and recorded. People can see it on the website. You could use the hashtag skills22 to anything you want to have in this transfer talk about this. During the presentation, please keep yourself muted unless you are presenting or answering questions, and use the chat to submit questions. As I said, put the word question if you want that. Breakout rooms are private. Please accept it. Accept the invite promptly, skip introductions, and turn on your camera. This is really an opportunity for you to meet other people, for them to meet you. So we encourage you to keep the camera on the entire day. Some people can, during the presentation, see you and talk to you on the side note in private conversation in Zoom. As I said, after each one of the Shark TED Talk Tank sessions, we're going to have a little poll. We ask only people who work in law firm or legal departments to answer that, so we get relevant. People who are in supporting roles I think their vote is less relevant in terms of how relevant it is for them. So please respect that, and clearly you cannot do it on the live stream. And if you need any help throughout the day, please email info@skills.law and put your phone number, so somebody from the amazing Ali, Adita, Anna, and Stephanie will be able to call you and help you. And with that, I'm going to invite to the stage Jason and Kay to tell us about practicing law in exponential times.
Great, thanks. Hey, Jason. That was a close one. I'm glad you were able to get it all set.
I'm not good with technology.
Yeah. Oh, hi, everyone. So glad that you could all join. Thanks so much. We're really excited to have our special guest here today. I just want to start with saying that I just learned this morning, as Oz was giving the intro, how it's always cool when you listen to your boss and he appreciates you for being a fast talker. And I'm like, okay, so I guess this is why I'm here. So we're excited to be here today. I want to just set the stage a little bit. As Oz mentioned, if you have questions, we're going to try our best. You all sent in so many questions. We're doing our best to cover kind of big picture topics. But if you have like a burning desire to ask them, please put it in the chat. I'm going to ask Oz to help me monitor that and raise them as we go, but make sure that you put it in all caps that you have a question for us so we can try to work those in. We're going to start with just very quick introductions. And then when Jason and I spoke earlier, we thought it would be great to share with this audience Jason's journey and Microsoft's journey and learn about how they were handling digital transformation there at Microsoft. And I think what we'll do is focus a little bit on that first and then transfer over to how we apply that to law firms. At the very end, we're going to have a rapid fire question and answer session. So we're looking forward to that as well. So very quickly, I need to stop talking so we can get our keynote speaker on here. My name is Kay Kim. I'm the Director of Practice Innovation. I used to practice law for about 10 years. I've worked both in-house and in big law and have been doing practice management, innovation, and everything on the other side of the house in law firms for over 10 years now. So, but more importantly, let's move over to Jason and have him tell us a little bit about his career and kind of how he got to the very cool title that he has today. So Jason, take it away.
All right. And so this is firing squad, not fireside. So I'm going to speak quickly too. So brief history. I went to engineering school, started off as a mechanical engineer, realized that it's actually more fun to arrange bits than atoms, started working on software. Left engineering school, was an enterprise software engineer for about a half decade. Ultimately went to law school thinking I was going to be an IP litigator. Didn't really jive with how litigation solves problems, moved over to business focus. Became a startup lawyer, did that for about 3 years at a law firm, joined Microsoft about 11 years ago as a frontline product attorney. So that is basically a general counseling role for a discrete business. And that was for a business that we would now call an open source powered big data cloud service. But back then those words meant nothing. My practice evolved to flow into supporting the developer tools business, which again was more of a vertical counseling function. Ultimately ended up bolting on leading the open source counseling practice, which is a specialty IP practice, which was a horizontal practice on top of that. So I had both at the same time. And then, was approached like, hey, we have this thing, we want to rethink our law firm engagement strategy. And so that was a pivot into really business of law role within the department. Ultimately, it added the legal operations team with that. So I had legal business operations and strategy. Spun off about 2 years ago to create what we call Modern Legal. My mug here. Martin Sela. That's our internal name. And it's focused on digital transformation. So, and now I'm the general manager for digital transformation for corporate, external, and legal affairs at the Microsoft Corporation.
Okay, well, thanks so much for that background. Very key to hear that Jason also started in law firms after starting in engineering. And one thing that I wanted to jump into before we go into Microsoft's journey was, many of us have read some of your you have a lot of writings out there. And one of the things that I loved hearing about is kind of what it was like when you were in law firms and what made you say, I think I might be able to add value somewhere outside of law firms, and what that experience was. What were you doing in law firms? And then what was the reaction once you went to Microsoft and what you thought you could bring to the table?
Yeah, so a good engineer is a lazy engineer, which means that you don't want waste. You don't want to do extraneous work that doesn't deliver value. And my experience in the law firm was not that. And my specific experience was I was working on an M&A transaction, and we were building basically the disclosure that went out to all the shareholders to solicit their consents. And we were doing it as this manual construction process as a bucket brigade through a copy room. And I was like, this is crazy. And then I realized later, like, oh, for a bunch of these people, these are billable hours. I was like, whoa. Like this, and I knew, and that was, I think, 3 or 4 months into my practice at the firm. And I'm like, this is not going to work for me. And so ultimately I was like, I need to go to a place where like building something new that creates efficiency is going to get me to where I want to go faster. And if I'm being measured as productivity is measured as like hours worked, that was never a game I was going to win. And so I ended up moving over to Microsoft. And look, I went to the candy factory, right? Like we make innovation candy, and the candy is delicious, and you get to play with it all. And so very early, I was able to start changing how I did my practice, but just basic nuts and bolts stuff, like creating some structured intake for some of our processes on SharePoint, like no like whiz bang magic, just like, oh, this can make the things that I do every day easier, faster, better for me, so I can focus more time on the more complex and interesting things.
Awesome. So let's just keep that in our back pockets, audience. Jason had said that when he was in the law firm, there was inadequate incentive for my firm to take advantage of the efficiencies that I had to offer. This is kind of our world in many ways that we face, one of our biggest struggles, and we'll come back to that when we move over to kind of how we apply Microsoft's journey to law firms. So let's go to Microsoft's journey. Tell us a little bit about, so how long have you been there at Microsoft now? How many years?
I've been at Microsoft 11 years.
11 years. So during that 11 years, you're talking through your career. I'm sure you've seen kind of the transformation there as well. When we talk about law departments in companies, one thing that Jason and I talked about was, I was like, this is not fair. You're in your candy shop. It's so much easier for you to introduce innovation and for people to adopt everything that you introduce. They're probably like begging for this delicious candy, and it's a little different here in law firms. But what I learned, which I thought was really great for us to share here, is it's not that easy. It's still hard there too. So if you could talk a little bit about the journey that you've seen Microsoft go through, and then we'll come back to, like, let's dig into some of the things that you've implemented, and the reception that you've gotten even within Microsoft, the attorneys there, and how really hard this journey is, but how it's doable.
Yeah, and let's be clear, like the journey is hard because we're leading people through change, and that's always hard. And let's also embrace the truth that the people so I got hired from a law firm and came to Microsoft. That is our standard path. And so all the people that you all are dealing with, if you're in a firm, like those people come to our shores too. So let's just kind of be realistic about that.
Yeah.
So I would say our journey, we are a candy store of broken stuff too, right? Like, so let's embrace that. And if our journey is not one of, if I'm honest, like a fully designed outcome. So a lot of our most successful things happened organically and in silos, right? There was a need and there was a practice, and they're like, you know what, I'm going to resource this, and I'm going to like make the culture change that makes it stick. But it wasn't like there was an architect who was thinking about what are the investments that we should be making and how do they fit together so that they create complements. And so we start creating strategic value rather than tactical value. So if I'm honest, and I'm going to try to be honest in our conversation, it might get me in trouble, we have some pretty amazing things, but they tended to be discrete. And now we're starting to think about, okay, how do we harmonize these investments and bring them together? Which is really hard for, I suspect, the same reasons it's hard in other organizations. Because if I'm going to people, I'm saying like, hey, can we work together on this? Are there incentives aligning to do that? Like, am I impinging on what they perceive as their autonomy? Is their culture going to support the teaming across our boundaries? And so most of our challenges are my biggest technical challenge right now is just I don't have enough development resource to get all the things done that we want to get done, which is, I think that exists everywhere or almost everywhere.
Yeah.
But the thing that ultimately we're trying to solve for is advancing our culture at a rate that it can accommodate the new way of working, building on transformative approaches built on technology. So like more than half of my job is cheerleading, is getting people to say like, yes, this is a good idea. I am emotionally, spiritually invested in going forward. And so that's what we're doing now. Now, why are we doing this? We're doing this because we feel like we must re-platform our work to, as I was mentioned, deliver value with a business that's growing exponentially. So the thing that is pushing us to figure out how to do this is we literally don't have enough wakeful hours of subject matter experts to do all the things that must be done here, which means now we must reinvent how we do the work, thinking holistically, making sure that work transits across boundaries more efficiently, making sure that we have insights, making sure that we can create experiences that honestly get lawyers out of the middle of stuff when it's a low value thing. And so our journey is not linear, and a lot of the start was spot evolution, and now we're trying to think about how do we make that more of a designed and thoughtful approach. I'm not sure if I answered your question.
Yeah, we're getting, yeah, absolutely. And I think you touched on a couple of things. Many people who might go down this journey of innovation in law firms, it's very easy to think that you can just introduce all different types of efficiency enhancing technology. And that's a part of it. But I think what we've talked about, and we'll continue to talk about here, is that it can't be the journey. And there's a much bigger picture here about a movement that needs to happen, and this, transformation of culture. And whether it's at Microsoft or whether it's at Simpson Thacher, where I am, or any other law firm that we're dealing with, there is a movement that needs to happen in shifting the mindset and the culture. And that's a big project for anyone to do, especially with the audience that we have. And you mentioned in our talk that you actually even have a playbook around changing culture. And, I'm going to dig right into that to understand, what does that playbook look like? What's in there that we can learn from you all at Microsoft?
Well, look, I stole it from other people. So look, it's not proprietary, but it starts off with understanding what do people care about, right? Like, what are the things that cause them to be willing to do something? They're the things, the animating things, they're animating principles or motivations. And then, so if we're trying to drive culture at scale, what we need to do is understand like what our starting place is, and really how our people, reconcile their place and how they create value. And then, like, if we want to design that future state, what we need to start doing is creating a set of incentives and a set of models that show people, oh, this is where we want you to go, and this is why this is good for you. So what we do is we basically manufacture heroes on some level, right? So what we do is we find somebody who's doing the thing that represents like the future state that we think is the model, and then we start systematically putting them into our effectively we create recognition. So like my GC is going to talk about them. They're going to be at the all hands meeting, things like that, and we really try to show people like this behavior is going to be recognized, because I don't have direct control over people's rewards, right? But what I can do is influence the amount of attention that their work gets, which then results in rewards, promotion, all the things that people like, oh, I want that. So again, the playbook is not very hard. It is an intentional and systematic process of establishing this is good and we're going to pay attention to it. If we can get 30% of the population bought into that and they start visibly manifesting those behaviors, then they will draw the rest of the people along. So we're trying to drive ourselves to kind of that toggle point where people are like, oh, that's the good thing. And then, they're smart people who pay attention. And so they will start going, okay, I will now do that too. Then you get into a different kind of challenge, because the heroes that you build on, they are typically self-motivated to skill themselves into whatever they need to do the things. But the people who are going to follow them are typically like, look, if they were intrinsically incented to do the thing and they had a natural proclivity for it, then they would have already done that. And so what you end up having to do is augment them with a bunch of skilling, right? Because so you're going to have, so that next 40%, you're going to have to be like, all right, so here's how you do it. And I'm going to break it into pieces so that you can fit it into your schedule, because, they want to be relevant, but they're not going to like go do a bunch of crazy nights and weekends, like stay up until 2 a.m. doing that. And that's okay. Right. So in a nutshell, it really is like building culture is effectively rectifying people's individual motivations with the organizational outcomes that you need, and giving them a path to understand, like, if you want to be successful here, do this, not that. and they'll figure it out.
Yeah, all things that can easily translate, obviously, over to us in law firms as well. So I like your term of manufacturing heroes. I think many of us say like we're seeking champions for what we're doing, but I think I like the word hero a lot more. So I'm going to maybe give out capes for our champions here. But it's really going out and changing the incentives, making people understand why this is good for them, lining it up with what we're trying to accomplish as goals and innovation, and then giving them recognition. So in a similar way, you think about law firms and these associates, there's always someone, the Jason Barnwell in the class who loves this stuff and will spend those weekends doing it. And those associates similarly, getting the recognition, whether it's recognitions in front of partners or in front of the firm, similar things that we can be applying here. So really helpful as well. So we're slowly transitioning over now to, okay, so what should we be doing in law firms? What can we be learning here? We started talking about the movement that needs to happen, but before we get into specific examples, which I know everyone's always looking for, when we come to conferences like this, we get an opportunity to hear with in-house counsel, and we want to hear what are law firms doing right, what are they doing wrong. So we're going to jump into that. But beforehand, if you can talk a little bit about kind of my favorite topic. You and I have talked before, and I've told you I've shared kind of your quotes over and over again about like why law firms need to be doing this, why we need to be investing, what happens if we don't, how are we doing so far? Are we like doing great, or do we have a ways to go? So let's start with that topic.
So I think law firms have a ways to go. And part of the challenge that you have, look, people who are in law firms know all this better than I do, but I'll say some words and then. So the biggest challenge I see is structural, in as much as the business model works pretty well for about right now, but it doesn't necessarily work great for where we're going. And so again, O's mentioned, exponential growth. Like the business model that law firms support is basically stable growth. Like that's what they're really good at. And that's not the way our business is going. And so the net result of at a macro level that I think I see happening is the pie is going to, for legal services, is going to grow. Probably a lot. Like it can grow, I think, a lot. But the way that law firms are designed to capture value of that pie, it's not designed for where the pie is growing. And in fact, so the game that I'm playing is to create more leverage on the resources that Microsoft has. And so I am now on a systematic journey of figuring out how do I mix together the right combination of partnership resources to get us what we need. There will always be a slice at the top that is premium work, and it's always going to make sense to go to law firms. But over time, we're gonna keep making that slice of the pie smaller and smaller, and so of our pie. And so if law firms want to get more of our work, they're going to have to move into other delivery models, because like success for me is not giving limousine service to every task and need that Microsoft has. That just doesn't make sense, especially for our commodity and run work. And so the framing that I would start putting around how I deliver services that are outside of that top, like the top slice, is like, how do I turn that into something that is more product looking, right? That can really scale, that can be very efficient, that can, not necessarily have humans in the middle of that. And I do think that there are some firms that are starting to think about that. You're starting to see some really interesting experiments that get into what is functionally self-service. And so I'm really excited about that. But one of the things that I find a little bit disturbing is I had one firm come to me with like a really interesting idea on, it's basically a self-service regulatory kind of like, knowledge bank. I'm like, oh, this is good. And they were trying to price it like the hours of a lawyer. And I'm like, that's crazy town, because this company over here has something similar. By the way, they're probably better at it than you. And it's like 2 or 3 orders of magnitude cheaper than what you're trying to sell this at, because you're locked into this like, oh, well, I have to figure out like what, so how much associate time would this take away from me? Well, I should probably place it like that. No, right? So I think we are seeing progress. We're seeing experiments, but we're also seeing people stuck in thinking about like, I need to protect my current model. And that's really slowing down the evolution. And that's bad because I can tell you we can get into the stories. There are other organizations that think very differently about this, and they're willing to take different risks.
Yeah, let's go into those stories. So let's give an example of, a law firm who thought they were making good decisions, but maybe ended up, in your view, not making the best decision. And maybe we can peel a few of those stories back.
So I will not reveal the names, but yes, there was a law firm that I was working with for about 6 months. And the goal was to design an API-driven approach to a certain type of work that we buy for them. So what I wanted to do was create an internal portal for internal clients where they could ask for a certain type of work, very bounded, very narrowly scoped. And it's not the most exciting stuff in the world. And so we would have structured intake, and the goal was like, look, we're going to create a retrain cycle on this that burns down the amount of human labor on this, but there is a portion of this that if it's outside the scope of what our machines can understand, like I need a human to look at this and give us an answer back in a structured way. It's pretty bread and butter stuff. And they're like, okay, cool. And so we talked for like 6 months about like, shall we build the API? Like, are we going to do this? And they're like, yeah. And we literally got into the starting to build out the spec. And I was very clear with them. I'm like, look, we're going to build this and we're going to create, an open spec on this. And look, the goal is to send the work for you, but we can plug, this is going to be an API, which means other providers can be plugged into this. And so we danced for about 6 months. And then eventually they're like, they do it in the way that law firms do, which are basically like, yeah, I guess if you really, they basically started saying, it was starting to be clear, like, we're not invested in this. And at that point I was like, oh, so this is not going to be successful. Okay, cool. Yes, and I was like, all right. And so,
and let's stop for 1 second there about why that law firm might have done that. So if I were to guess, probably the law firm's thinking, wait, this sounded really good. Now you're letting other people on. I'm not going to be able to make money from this. I'm not sure what I should be doing here. And focusing just on this one project, thinking I can't get what I thought I was getting out of it. And then maybe stopping the decision there when really we should be thinking broader than that.
Right. Because whoever works with me on this pattern, like we're going to start with this one type of work, but we're going to start sweeping in other types of work. If you are the system designer on this, you have the inside track on getting the work. And now they're not. But there's another very large organization, there were about 4 of them in the world who came along and was like, oh, well, that's cool. Yeah. Okay, fun, right? And they came at it with like, literally they started just throwing like, hey, so here's how we might do this. Like, it wasn't even like this like awkward, like, well, resources. It was like, no, like we can totally do that. Because they understand that getting that beachhead into what is effectively a type of matter has adjacencies for this other work. And so we're gonna go figure it out, and then we're gonna probably open up this. I said, like, my goal is to publish the spec on this, so that if another organization has a similar type of work and you wanted to create a simple cross-organizational boundary transactional mechanism to get this done efficiently and quickly, and get really good data, this is a way one could do it. And they're like, yeah, we're game. So.
I'm monitoring the time, and I don't know why the clock keeps ticking so fast. We have so much to cover, but I want to just summarize for us here, kind of, that story helps us remember that sometimes it's about the investment that the law firm is making. That's really hard for us. Some of us can see it. It's hard for us to convince maybe the management of the firm around that, but how important it is to our clients that we're thinking about some of these projects as investments versus individual projects that are going to be revenue generating. So maybe we can leave it at that. We've got about 5 minutes left, and I do want to do a rapid fire of questions for you. I'm going to warm you up just so we can get, moving quickly. So just answer as fast as you can.
Yes.
Jeopardy or Wheel of Fortune?
Jeopardy.
Squid Games or Ted Lasso?
Squid.
What is Microsoft's approach to the legal industry now? What are you promising us?
So the short answer is you should expect really great general platform productivity experiences. And the last mile of solving for legal specific scenarios is it's most likely going to happen through partnership. You're going to see others build on top of our stack. So I would not plan for, M365 for legal anytime soon. It feels very unlikely to me.
Thank you for the honesty. Favorite color?
Blue.
Favorite movie?
Goodfellas.
The pandemic. Let's talk a little bit about that.
Yep.
The worst thing that happened that, resulted from the pandemic for the legal industry. So not including deaths and sickness for the legal industry. Worst thing.
The deterioration of the normal things that knit our connective tissue together and make it easier for us to trust and work with each other.
And how about a good result?
We have run a horrible experiment, which is basically imagine that you could extract all the productivity you could ever dream of out of your people. You had their work follow them every hour of every day. There were no boundaries. And you got to run the machine as fast as it is conceivably possible to run it. And you still found it wanting. So that is the thing that we should, I think, take away from this time, which is we all got to run the experiment of all in Zoom meetings and team meetings where there's no boundaries, you can be caught. And if you ran that experiment, and if you still didn't extract enough productivity from the scarcity that is your experts, then guess what? Got to transform. So this has been a painful and expensive lesson, and we would be fools to waste it.
Right. Favorite food? I know it's not beets.
It's definitely not beets. That's actually very hard. I'm gonna go ice cream. Is that a food?
Oh, nice.
Maybe
Ice cream, French fries are mine. Okay.
It's actually tea, but whatever.
Okay. One thing you wish folks like us in our roles, and many people in this audience, that we would do to make progress in our industry.
So if I'm talking to people who are at law firms, for example, who are doing CAM, innovation, and other types of work, the thing I wish is that y'all were at the table from go, because one of the reasons that all of our transformation and innovation work that operates across organizational boundaries goes much slower than I would like is I have people on my side who are the budget owners who they are analogous to the partners on your side. And so, they're trying to dance on this stuff and they're just it's so awkward. I don't know. And so what I wish was that the people who have the most power at law firms understood that you need to bring your people who can make innovation happen to the table as a partner, locked arms in arms from go, and then we can get there much faster. Because if we rely on the people who are bound in the conventional mode to make that happen, it's just this awful dance.
That's awesome. You all heard it here. Everyone can take this little clip, take it to their management, how important it is for folks in our roles to be at the table. Okay, and then I want to capture, I see one question in the chat, just so folks, the Great Resignation. Okay, that's a real thing. The struggle is real. The Great Resignation is happening and we're all facing it. What steps have you found most effective to counter that impact?
The most effective thing we've done to abate a great resignation is to give people a higher purpose to their work, to give them a view on why what they do matters here, to give them a feeling of belonging and community, that they are cared for. So when we try to win the battle on comp and money, you basically get like compliance. Like, oh, I guess I'll stick around to like cash that check. And that's not, we're trying to access.
January comes around.
Then like, oh God, right. And so the main thing I think that we're trying to do to make that better is to give people a reason to stay that accesses them as humans, beyond like subsistence living. It's like, so what is the higher view on who you want to be and how you want to show up and the experience you want to have? And let's give you that. And then you have a reason to stay here.
Thank you.
It's 10:10. We're going to wrap it up.
I want to thank you both. Great. Quickly. Thank you. It was great. Everything we hoped for. So we are going to switch. If you want, Jason and Kay are going to be available on the chat on the side. If you want to talk to them, you know where to find them. Otherwise, also on the website, we put a couple of links to Jason's prior thoughts on the topic. You could talk to them that way. Before we go to our first session of Shark TED Talk Tanks, I just want to recommend to you to rename yourself. If you go on your picture, right click, ... put, in addition to your name, where you work and what you do, so people can talk to you more. I see many of you just put your name as you normally do. This is a conference. This is a schmoozing opportunity. You get to meet people. So if you click on yourself and then name, firm, title, and if you want to say something about like we are hiring, you can do that. This is our first ever time that we got 2 submissions from the same firm that was selected to present. This is the 3rd year that we're running it, but it's still an exceptional thing. So I'm very excited to have Gina and Iris tell us 2 things that are innovating in the firms. And without further ado, we're going to go straight to their presentation. During the presentation, please write your questions so we could immediately go to them at the end.
Hi, I'm Gina Lynch, the Chief Knowledge and Innovation Officer at Paul Weiss.
And I'm Iris Gornicki, the Director of Knowledge Solutions.
We're very excited to be here today at Skills 2022. So today we will be presenting on 2 large projects our team has undertaken this past year. One was client-driven, and the other was an internal knowledge and innovation team initiative. Internally, we developed a new resource called Dealsight, a transaction-focused resource to better serve our lawyers' drafting and negotiation needs. Moving away from our historical practice pages and its complex taxonomy, we developed a hub for corporate lawyers centralizing access to key information on prior Paul Weiss transactions, along with key documents and drafts. On the client side, we expanded our ever-growing client portal program to help our client navigate their unprecedented IPO pipeline, creating a collaborative securities filing portal and expertise locator. Dealsight is a hub for our corporate lawyers. We reached the stage of our knowledge progression where historical firm repositories were outdated and needed to be reevaluated. Top of mind was our corporate practice pages. We spent quite a bit of time struggling to find the right technology. We were in search of a modern knowledge platform where we could migrate content to, because in addition to the technology being outdated, and yes, we are talking IBM Lotus Notes, the substance and organization really no longer spoke to our lawyers, their practice, and how they approached their new engagements. This was evident from usage statistics and anecdotal feedback, but also a rich history of our KM attorneys' experience. Instead of focusing on upgrading the repository, we focused on the problems that were in front of us. While resources like Lexis Search Advantage Transactional were popular and helpful in locating key language, they weren't sufficient for narrowing in on key drafts, drilling down into deal types, deal structures, posture, and so on. Lawyers were not consistently sharing key precedent at the close of a transaction with the KM team. Even routine post-closing tasks like ensuring that a closing set was created or a deal announcement was submitted through the right channels sometimes fell through the cracks. Again, the right incentives were not in place. As a result, our KM attorneys were overwhelmed with really complex requests that our current tools could just not accommodate.
What was our goal? Our goal was to create a centralized hub for lawyers to easily access information, documents, and drafts from previous similar transactions, as well as to memorialize key information about our lawyers' current transactions and help to manage post-closing tasks to completion. By providing lawyers with what's market type information in a single location, they would be incentivized to contribute key data, notes, and documents on their current transaction. What was our process? Instead of just upgrading our existing repository, we looked at our problems and instead focused on designing a resource that sold itself, meaning out of the gate it would be so helpful lawyers couldn't avoid it. Given what we knew about our lawyers at the time, a year into the pandemic, we didn't want to introduce a new and foreign platform or vendor, so we opted to work with our developers and create an in-house solution building off of our firm intranet. We were lucky enough to work off a model that the firm had success with, Litigation Case-Site, a case management platform, and adapted to corporate work. To take on an in-house build, we had to get the right people together. Our M&A KM attorney was the most familiar with the way our lawyers think, how they start assignments, and new matters. He worked closely with our practice innovation lawyer, putting pen to paper to start envisioning what an ideal solution would look like. We wanted to get our rough idea out to as many lawyers as possible and do so quickly. Ultimately, we wanted discussions with lawyers to guide us in developing our business case and establishing requirements. We wanted it to be an iterative process, so we worked with the UX designer to spin up mock-ups that could continue to be tweaked before we approached our developers. Our practice innovation lawyer conducted many attorney interviews, leveraging our associate innovation committee, which includes a cross-section of attorneys across offices, seniority levels, deal types, and clients. Once we felt confident in our concept, features, and requirements, our PMO office assigned us a project manager to help coordinate the build with our solutions architect. We will now present some key aspects of the solution. In this screenshot, we are displaying what we refer to as all deals. This view is meant to provide a peek into all of the firm's transactions of a certain threshold. One could easily toggle to My Deals at the top right-hand side of the screen to view a similar interface, but limited to only deals which they have been a part of. In addition to displaying various key deal points in this grid view, such as deal structure and size, towards the left you'll notice a number of icons. These are intended to help senior team members in KM track the status of certain key post-closing tasks. The deal data icon is intended to depict the number of deal points that have been contributed to that respective deal, while the check marks and X's depict whether a closing set has been created and uploaded and whether the deal has been reported through appropriate firm channels for press releases and league table purposes. Users can add additional deal points to their grid view and then sort and filter on any of these criteria, or use the search facets on the left-hand side of the screen, which are expandable. For instance, lawyers can run searches for certain document types, specific version types from specific kinds of deals. If you click into any of the resulting deals, you will land on an individual Dealsight, a one-stop shop for all information on a given transaction. It serves as a convenient landing point to note key attributes of the deal and keep notes, all of which flow up into the larger database. From this hub, lawyers can directly submit deal announcements through the proper channels and request the creation of a closing set. We've also made accessing documents and pinning key documents and drafts easy. Lawyers can click into the relevant iManage workspace from here, as well as post key doc IDs and add additional metadata not available within our iManage environment. Finally, lawyers can easily access the list of team members. We took our conversations with lawyers to heart, purposefully focusing on designing a user interface that made it really easy for them to input information, documents, and get the most insights out of the tool. Our deal data questionnaire includes easy-to-use drop-downs with multi-select options. For document submissions, lawyers just need to input the doc ID to have the relevant link to iManage reflected. Finally, in addition to including contacts, we've included visualizations making it easy for lawyers to get a peek into who might be particularly helpful to call upon, given their involvement in the deal.
So what were our lessons learned? The key lesson here was to never do a shift and lift, but instead make sure you approach each project with fresh eyes. We didn't just replace a data repository, but instead we solved several business problems for our corporate lawyers.
Thank you. We're going to pause here. I know there is the second part. I'm going to invite Gina and Iris to the stage. A couple of questions comes to mind. The first one, what were the key factors when you considered to build it in-house instead of trying to get a product off the shelf?
Sure, I can answer that one. So in the presentation, we talk about a few reasons, and I can elaborate a bit further. So again, we were a year into the pandemic. We knew our lawyers were tired of new systems, new ways of working. So we really wanted to make sure the system felt very Paul Weiss and was an extension of our firm intranet. We were also lucky enough to work off of a really successful application we already built in-house, which was our case management platform, Keynote, which had won a lot of awards. And something we didn't talk about in the presentation, but was really important to us, was avoiding a really lengthy security review. So the success of this platform really depends on having strong integrations with other firm systems. So data from our financial systems, business intake, matter experience platforms all tie into it. And most important to us, the iManage integration to easily link to documents and workspaces in iManage.
How do you get the information in there? Are you relying on your lawyers? Are you automating part of it? Do you have a dedicated staff to do that?
So a lot of the information is automated, like I said, from some of the business intake and matter experience platforms. But a lot of it is a collaborative effort between deal teams and our KM team. So something really important to this project was that we had a lot of partner advocates across the practice. So at Paul Weiss, the M&A practice is really large. People are doing all kinds of diverse deal work. So it was important for us to meet with as many partners as possible and get them as champions. And, we pre-populated the database with a number of deals from each of their client base. And they immediately saw the value of it and asked their deal teams to contribute as well. But unlike some of the other systems we built previously, we knew that this had to be a high-touch KM initiative. So we're constantly reaching out to deal teams, inputting as much data as we can ourselves, and then doing post-closing calls with our deal teams to make sure all the information is populated.
And are you using any technology to extract part of the information from the documents or from communications?
So we use AI tools at the firm to extract deal points and things like that, but we found that they don't structure the data in the exact way that we want. So, it could do sort of a first level of review and extraction, but we do like our lawyers and KM staff to massage it further to get it into the format we need.
Great. Thank you. We're going to go to the next submission. But before we go to the next submission, we're going to ask everyone to tell us how relevant you found it to your life. So you're going to see a survey on your screen. And again, we ask people who work in law firms or legal department to answer the survey, which I don't see yet. And the survey is going to give you 4 options. You already have it live in production. This is something you're currently working on or going to work on this year. This is something you're interested in but didn't start working on, or this is something you're not interested in. So we're going to give you a couple of seconds to answer the survey. Okay, do you see the survey?
Yes, we see it.
Okay.
Most are interested.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Let's publish just for everyone to see it. As a co-host, I don't see anything of the survey. Do you see it on your screen?
We can see it, and it looks like 11% said already deployed, 22% said this is a 2022 project, 63% said interested in this, and 4% said not.
Perfect. So we're going to go now to the second submission by Paul Weiss.
Our next project was our Client Focus project. Paul Weiss has supported a sophisticated client portal program for the past few years, primarily targeted at our private equity clients to maintain their large volumes of deal and fund documents and large-scale litigations to coordinate communications and files across teams, clients, and co-counsel. The program has been very successful, though largely driven by our own creativity and desire to provide existing clients with value-added services. Today, we will highlight our work creating a securities filing portal and expertise locator, a client-driven and cross-collaborative effort, and the people, process, and technology involved to make it a success. In December of 2020, our client, a leading growth equity firm, expressed their apprehension about the year to come. They plan to take a greater number of their portfolio companies public in 2021 than ever before to take advantage of the surging IPO market. Their legal team was in an unprecedented situation and didn't have the resources or expertise, neither in people or technology, to ensure compliance with securities regulations. They were looking for a way to standardize and centralize processes to better track filings and obligations. The client wondered if a file sharing site and a shared calendar could help them stay organized and on top of things, and requested that we set this up. Key to this story is that the client, while sophisticated, could not envision an ideal solution, what they really wanted, or what Paul Weiss could provide them. We knew we could do better than a file sharing site. We chose to focus on what we heard from the client and our capital markets lawyers as to the problem, and less on what the client was specifically asking for. Ultimately, we designed a collaborative portal for our client and the PW team to centralize information on holdings and filings and to keep track of the investment pipeline, upcoming securities transactions, and corresponding obligations.
We leveraged HiQ and combined a number of its features, including iSheets, tasks, calendars, and workflow to centralize drafts, agreements, and filings, keep track of key dates, and trigger alerts as needed. For those of you not familiar with HiQ, iSheets is a powerful module that helps structure data in a spreadsheet-like database. We also automated our capital markets lawyers' expertise, embedding a custom Autonomy application that provides practical guidance on relevant securities law obligations based on questions answered about an anticipated transaction. Our practice and client solutions team, comprised of client resource attorneys dedicated to specific key clients, and our practice innovation specialists, expert in low-code workflow and automation tools, led this project. Because of our familiarity with HiQ, it was very easy to quickly build a mock-up and start uploading existing data and filings using the iSheets to organize documents by type and relevant investment, as well as track beneficial ownership information. Within a few days, we had something to show our lawyers and made tweaks as needed based on their feedback. In addition to the Paul Weiss relationship partner for this client, we worked with partners and associates in our capital markets practice. Once we were set in a framework, we got to work, centralizing filings from the last 2 years, as well as gathering information on IPOs and other transactions upcoming in the next year. Finally, we presented the portal to the client team, consisting of lawyers, compliance, and finance professionals around the world to solicit further feedback. And now for our solution. The homepage serves as an entryway to various content and features contained throughout the portal. Leveraging iSheet metadata and custom coding, we've included drop-downs to easily access files and information either by portfolio company name, by SEC filing type, or by agreement type. The client can also jump to a list of all active deals containing information on beneficial ownership, transaction status and timing, a shared calendar sortable by portfolio company or event type, and our task tracker. Combining this data with HiQ's workflow module, our lawyers and client receive alerts 30 days in advance of each key deadline, as well as weekly summaries of what's coming down the pipe. Scrolling down, we've included a feed on the homepage of upcoming calendar events and deadlines. In the center, we have an activity feed that provides the client with a snapshot of all recent actions taken on the portal, including new documents added, changes to events, and completed tasks. We've also included a quick button to email the Paul Weiss team and key team members' contact information. Finally, we embedded a Autonomy application to automate our capital markets lawyers' expertise. Working off of a lengthy memo our lawyers prepared, using decision tree logic, we converted that content into a dynamic questionnaire that guides our client through various filing and reporting obligations to consider in advance of an IPO, public company investment, or trade.
So what are the lessons learned? First, the client didn't fully understand the technology we had at our disposal and the extent to which we could customize it to meet their needs. For that reason, we focused on their problems rather than on what they were asking for. And as a result, we delivered far beyond their expectations. Sometimes the client's need is an innovation team's dream. The client had a clear and concrete problem. They were open to new ideas and were collaborative in the design. Because the client initiated the project, we had partner buy-in and associates were generous with their time in reviewing early mock-ups. And finally, we often say in KM, don't buy a technology in search of a business problem. But at times you have to do just that. The key to our success with this project was that the foundational technology, expertise, and processes were in place. Building out the platform, making certain that your team is familiar with the functionality and the extent to which it can be customized, as well as fully understanding how you'll construct the internal and external workflows, is key to an agile and rapid response.
Great. Thank you for that. Question, what role did the vendor play in building this?
I'll take that one. It was interesting. I think there's a little bit of a cautionary tale here on this. The vendor, although, supportive, really lacked the imagination that we found that we needed for several of our projects, and didn't even, I would say, understand the extent of the functionality of the product. We often went to them with what we, proposed that it could do, and ended up figuring out the solution ourselves. So I really think it's important that you have, having a dedicated person to this project who had done nothing but experiment with it and try different functionality, and in fact use our own internal use cases to test the product, was really key. I think that's just again, I would say a caution in that, I know a number of us have had a number of customer success people rotate in and out of positions today. I think it's really important for you to really not assume that your vendor is necessarily going to be there, especially when you need a very rapid response like we did in this particular situation.
And last question, how do you measure success? Do you monitor usage? How often? What is considered successful for you?
Definitely monitoring usage and making certain that we have the interaction with the client and the engagement with the client that we expect. And in this case, absolutely, the client is in there almost every day. They have used the applications, both the Neota application as well as just accessing the information itself. The GC is very committed to making certain that their lawyers are trained on the application. So that's really how we measure the success.
Thank you. Survey to ask. And while we are waiting for the survey results, thank you, Gina and Iris.
Thank you.
Our next speaker wins the most committed individual for the conference, given that it's very late in Australia right now. We're going to invite to the stage Michelle in a second. As soon as you submit and you see the results, I don't see it as a co-host. So, Kay, just give me the nod when we can go forward.
Yep, it's displaying now so people can see the results.
Great. So we're going to go to Michelle Mahoney and we'll play.
Hello, I'm Michelle, and I'm lucky enough to lead a digital transformation program at KWM. Let's talk about the problem. We were in 2018 increasingly seeing old and new competitors developing new ways to solve old problems using new technologies and new business models. The solution? For KWM to fully and effectively leverage constantly improving technologies and other productivity enablers within our core business model. This resulted in the creation of a strategy to grow our digital literacy and knowledge for the future, and to bring a whole of firm change in the way we deliver value to our clients. Our firm-wide transformation program is made up of 28 interconnected initiatives using a combination of behavioural incentives and systemic solutions to support culture change at scale. Execution kicked off in 2020, almost coinciding with COVID, which necessitated a move to an online delivery of our program. This included launching a transformation hub with everything you want to know about transformation on the one spot. Our hub features practice-specific legal tech tools designed to make our lawyers efficient in a variety of practices they perform. The Transformation Hub has allowed the entire firm to increase its digital awareness, giving everyone a place to go to test and learn, and really daring them to try. And importantly, to create a mindset around open-mindedness to new ways of working. The combination of behavioural change, capability uplift, and mindset, all three we believe are required for lasting change. I'm going to quickly give you an overview of just 3 of our initiatives. KWM Legal Tech Belts were launched in July this year, designed to increase our people's digital literacy and to motivate our people to adopt legal tech tools on client engagements. Our lawyers earn belts by demonstrating their level of efficiency across particular legal tech tools, allowing them to build digital skills and attain legal tech mastery. Levels of proficiency have been co-designed by the relevant legal tech suppliers. Belts are currently available across our 4 tools comprising of 4 different belt levels. The tools selected all remove high repetition activities across many of our practices, with more belts on the way. 4 months since launch, and we have 888 of our people with 1 or more belt, and almost 2,000 belts awarded across the firm. Now moving to our second initiative, Graduate Digital Bootcamps. In May 2020, we launched our first of now 4 bootcamps. These week-long virtual learning experiences offer 25 sessions to help our graduates learn legal tech platforms, foundational digital skills, enable new ways of working, and help to create a culture of reverse mentorship. Reverse mentoring plays a key component of our program, with the graduates post-boot camps sharing their knowledge and running training sessions with their partners and legal teams. Leading us to our third initiative, which we launched last December. Let me introduce you to the Multiplier, the firm's first ever superhero. Yes, it has been a whole lot of fun. The Multiplier initiative assigns multiplier time recorded by lawyers on client engagements where a recognised legal tech tool has been used. These multiplied hours are counted towards the lawyer's overall performance assessment for internal purposes only and are never passed through to the client. We've seen a strong uptake in under 12 months, recording almost 11,000 hours of actual multiplier time, providing a correlation of adoption of legal tech on matters. That's more than a year's worth of work, which is a great start. In this year's firm-wide all-staff engagement survey, several indicators demonstrated that our transformation program is changing our culture. It is a marathon, not a sprint. We were really happy to learn that one of the highest of the 3 scores in the entire survey was, we are encouraged to uplift our digital literacy to improve client outcomes. It recorded a very high 89% response rate. We also saw a 20 points move in 3 other questions that related to innovation. We've seen a 621% increase in our lawyers' adoption of legal tech on client engagements, and the program is optimising legal service delivery by increasing efficiencies for our clients. For example, by reducing time on deal finalisation and verification activity. We are on a journey and we certainly don't have all the answers. There are 3 lessons that we've learned from trying to drive a whole of firm new mindset and culture. The first one is having a number of reinforcing and interconnected initiatives rather than a single initiative helps to nudge and keep change behaviour front of mind, creating, if you like, micro-learning, forming new mindsets. The second learning is when we design initiatives, consider using tools or processes that make it easier for people to do something different than working the old way. Creating these enabling behaviours really helps in stabilising new mindsets. Finally, nudges, a tactic drawn from behavioural science. They are great to promote change through indirect suggestion and reinforcement. We use nudges on all our initiatives and they are great for reinforcing mindsets.
Lovely. Thank you, Oz, and hello, everybody. I am delighted to run this next section, and we start with the inimitable Ari Kaplan, who is going to share with us the insights that he gleaned from a survey he undertook in partnership with Opus 2, where he interviewed law firm partners on the state of innovation in law firms. So could we run the presentation, please?
I'm Ari Kaplan, and I'm honored today to be speaking with you about partner perspectives on legal innovation, which is based on wonderful research that I was lucky to conduct with Opus 2. When I was a kid, my dad used to always make me hold the flashlight. He would be doing electrical, plumbing, some other stuff in the boiler room that I didn't understand. And he'd say, Ari, I want you to hold the flashlight. Sometimes he would ask me to hold the flashlight when we were outside. And at some point, as I got older, I thought this was a waste of my time, and I stopped doing it. Later, as I grew up, as much as I could have, I realized that my dad didn't ask me to hold the flashlight because he needed the light. He asked me to hold the flashlight because he wanted me to learn what he was doing. And to his credit, he did. And I have this wonderful privilege now of speaking to leaders all over the world, trying to understand what they're doing, how they're changing, how they're driving growth. And for this new report, Driving Innovation in a Dynamically Changing Legal Market, I was lucky to really focus on two areas. The objective was to understand how the practice of law has changed. What are law firms doing to deliver solutions to their clients? How are they changing what they're looking at in terms of client experience? What differentiating points are they employing? And then recognizing the link between innovation and client service. Glad to be sharing the perspectives of 34 law firm partners. 10 of them were from firms with over 1,000 lawyers, and 22 were at firms with over 500 lawyers. They were mostly concentrated in the United States, but there was certainly a substantial portion of those generally in Canada, Belgium, Australia, Brazil, Germany, United Kingdom. Really tried to get a more of a holistic global perspective. And the issues that are facing a UK lawyer working on global M&A challenges are different than maybe a labor and employment lawyer in Belgium versus a litigator in Brazil. And so the idea of tracking innovation across these jurisdictions, across practice areas, is quite powerful. And I'm so excited for people to start seeing those perspectives in the report. Now, as you would expect, the practice has changed, some in ways that you would understand, some in ways that I tried to unpack. So obviously, leveraging video more holistically, applying data to make decisions, navigating regulatory challenges, becoming more paperless, the selection process for law firms, all things that we have been talking about. The idea of how are clients shifting their interpretation of value? How are law firms reaching new audiences or employing skills of people in different jurisdictions than they once did as a result of working remotely or working in a hybrid manner? Training their professionals differently, navigating and addressing this really shifting competitive talent market. And then, of course, what true innovations are they making and where are they simply shifting their processes? So the first thing I talked about was the impact of technology on the practice of law. And I asked some questions. Do you use technology to deliver any aspect of your practice? Obviously, the number is very high. And then on a scale of 1 to 5, how heavily do you rely on technology to manage your practice? And then the challenge, of course, was, well, what does that mean? Where do we go from here? Without technology, we're dead in the water, said somebody. But my hesitation is that I'm not fully taking advantage of the resources that could help my practice. And so from the perspective of this research, it was much more about what are people doing rather than the fact that they're doing it. How are they developing new business models? The model of delivering their services is changing, although not as rapidly as people might expect. Have you changed the model in which you deliver your legal services? Just more than half said yes. We've changed it in some way. And that may mean not just an alternative legal service. It may mean delivering through a subscription. It may mean delivering through some sort of captive ALSP or allowing people to leverage a piece of technology that the firm developed on its own or with a partner. But there were certainly a substantial number of individuals who have been contemplating this and changing it. And then you had some thoughts here. You know, the firm's very innovative. It has a vision, is committed to pursuing that vision, and there's no resistance. Versus clients often reject new business models. Instead, they simply ask us to cut the rates. The perspectives in the report will be quite revealing in terms of how easy is it for firms to drive change. And many people who are watching this are probably with organizations that are really interested in this, your role is designed to help facilitate that shift. And yet, whereas the pushback, it may not be coming from inside, it may be an external barrier. How often are you prioritizing projects that allow your firm to produce new business models? 40% said often or always, although you see never or rarely was a pretty big number too. So there is definitely a push-pull that's happening here. And how significant has technology played a role in terms of new business models? Very significant, really pushing that over 40%. So technology is helping to facilitate this change. The issue is, what are the other systemic barriers that are affecting it? And then what are the challenges to these new business models? Time and mindset. It's purely, do we have the bandwidth to theorize new ways to deliver our services? And if we do, how do we overcome this mindset, not just of us, but this resistance by those who are making the decisions to determine whether it makes sense to do it, or if the clients aren't interested, how do we navigate that? The antidote was, in many ways, let's concentrate on the client experience. What does that look like? And so I asked, how often are you prioritizing projects that improve the client experience? Bigger numbers. Often or always pushes you to almost 65%. And now, once you start prioritizing the client experience, the area of a new business model or designing things that will promote change start to take on a different meaning. How significant a role has technology played in improving the client experience? Obviously, big number here. So very significant or significant. Many of the individuals that I spoke with across jurisdictions talked about this being 4 or 5 out of 5. The sole aim of all of our innovation projects is to improve the client experience. Blanket statement. Clients are the barrier to improve the client experience. And there you go. Again, regardless of whether we're talking about big change, small change, we want to make a difference in the experience of our clients. The clients have to also want that experience. And that was really interesting. Has the firm leveraged technology to develop a product or a service that exceeds client expectations in some sort of significant way? Look at this, over 80% said yes. So those who are watching, if your firms are not engaged in those kinds of activities, this is a really, really important benchmark. Are you developing any kind of, and I was pretty liberal about this in terms of the interpretation. I didn't want to be particularly limiting, and I didn't want to create too many barriers, but I did engage people in a in-depth conversation about these issues. And I think the data is pretty compelling in this way. And so here are some of the interesting examples. Proprietary tools to help clients produce reports for their executive team. It's ultimately in the data analytics that drive change, said one of the respondents. Websites was super interesting. We're going to do some case studies on this. Websites to help customers of the firm's clients apply for PPP loans was an example. So the firm was helping to create a way to facilitate its business with its clients, not the clients, the customers of the client. So that was really interesting. Tokenizing documents to create repeatable automated processes. Again, going back to this idea of driving efficiency, we break down the components to identify delays or friction points. Then we apply manufacturing. You're talking about a sophisticated process here. Deadline trackers, chatbots, GDPR compliance tools, particularly in Europe. We look internally at how we can improve certain processes through digitalization. Robots to crawl public databases and share that information with a client. Also, fairly straightforward and really helpful. Simulation tools to test different scenarios, especially in litigation, potential outcomes, incorporate variables, jurisdiction, court, settlement offers. Lots of folks talking about judicial analytics and the increased availability of tools and data surrounding this. Critical key point. Now, then I asked, are clients asking for these solutions? Little more than 40% said yes, so there is interest. Are clients adopting these solutions? More than 80% said yes, with the caveat that if the clients are asking, they're adopting. This was a great quote. Innovation is driven from the leadership level, but it is fostered among all the firm's professionals. This was a very common theme, that we want ideas to come holistically from all aspects of our professional team, not just the lawyers, not just the partners, but as many people as have good ideas to drive change. We're willing to listen. Are you using technology to differentiate? And the differentiation conversations were wonderful. They were so interesting. I also asked about the culture. Obviously, this is an important point. It's especially important in an era of either remote or hybrid or close to returning kind of work. Does the firm foster a culture of innovation? Almost everyone said yes. Right? Our firm has a culture of offering its lawyers the flexibility of what makes them successful. If you think you'll have an innovative way of approaching a matter, the firm's going to support you. You can measure success with revenue, client retention, the number of new matters, and success in litigation, but sometimes you just know it. Measuring success is a quantitative and qualitative issue. The question really is, what are you doing? How are you measuring it? And where is the ultimate impact? Now, you could sign up for the report here. I want to just say a particular thank you to those of you who asked me to share this with you, and also to all of the partners who gave their time during a very challenging, busy period. And of course, to my friends at Opus 2 for giving me the opportunity to support this research. I'm happy to take questions. You can contact me at in any of these ways. And I am grateful to the committee and this audience for giving me the chance to share this.
Brilliant, Ari. Thank you so much for the presentation, not only for doing the presentation, but also for answering the questions in the chat as they've come through. So you've made my job incredibly easy. So thank you for that. We literally have 3 minutes. One of the questions that we've been pondering is, having done the survey, which I know people can access, which is fantastic. What surprised you most in the results that you got?
I think thank you so much again. What surprised me was how committed people are to the idea that this is not a one-person job. That this transformation process requires the collaboration of all the, we had great presentations this morning. My breakout session was super fun. I think that there's a recognition that this isn't something that someone can do in isolation, and that there's a real appeal among leaders to not just make this a marketing tactic, but to really drive value, recognizing that the profession is changing. We're selling services differently, providing them differently, and certainly providing them from many different places.
And that's a great, actually, counterbalance to what Jason was saying earlier about clients wanting to see, the wider, more diverse group. And it's great to hear that your respondents were saying the same from a law firm perspective. In our last minute, in who do you see as really driving change in law firms?
Wow, the change is coming from lots of different directions. I feel like it's sort of being met in the middle. I think that I'll just say that, over the course of the pandemic and in people working remotely, a lot more people are getting a seat at the table because the table is just bigger. The virtual table is larger. It's allowing more voices. It's giving more prominence. And I think that that's a critical aspect of driving change.
Yeah, it's so fantastic to hear that, and hopefully that's something which will be replicated throughout the afternoon, because it's the afternoon for us, but throughout the day today at Skills. Thank you, Ari, so much for sharing, and also for making your report available. We will now move on to our Shark TED Talk Tank sessions. Delighted to be hosting the section on rethinking your KM and innovation model. Our speakers, you can see them there. We've got Carla from ClearyX, Alicia from White & Case, and Monet and Anna from Cooley. As a quick reminder, put your questions in the chat. I'll pick the ones out for the team to respond to, and they'll get to the ones that we don't get time to respond to by responding in the chat. Timing, as you can see, is very quick. So the polling will keep us on time. The polling was about products, but here we're talking about organizational models. So as you answer the poll, think about which model would work best in your firm. So without further ado, let's move on to our first presentation in this section. Take it away, Carla.
Hi, I'm Carla Swansberg, and I am the new CEO of the newly formed Cleary X, a business unit within Cleary Gottlieb. And I'm here to talk about building new models of legal services, building essentially captives while avoiding traditional law firm constraints, or what I call shaking the shackles. I'm going to talk a little bit about how you can structure around some of these constraints. This group is obviously very familiar with those constraints, so I'm going to talk a little bit about different business model issues, tech adoption issues, and building a team and culture from scratch, which is one of the most exciting things. You really need to anticipate tough questions about your business model. These are often very pragmatic but problematic issues, like, is the firm set up to allow billing rates from people who aren't lawyers or aren't found within traditional practice groups? And if not, that's something you need to solve for fairly early on so that you can ensure you have a mechanism for billing and collecting and tracking fees generated by your captive. Fixed fees are critical. This is the case in a lot of work, but in particular in this work, if you're striving to create efficiencies with technology and new models of people services delivery, fixed fees are really going to allow you to maximize the margins that you can get in the profits from that work, whereas hourly rates, you're just going to be stuck with incremental margins. Making sure you have a reasonable runway. This has come up a number of times in the recruitment of talent, for example, where people want to make sure that this is not innovation theater, this is not the firm kind of giving lip service to something, but that they're genuinely willing to invest over a reasonable period of time. And you will all know that that can be a very lengthy period of time. You can't flip switches and have client-facing services and products developed. So you want to make sure leadership is in this for essentially the long haul. The shelfware issue, familiar to all of us, the way that we're approaching this is building our own products and services around our own technology stack. So we've identified, for example, a machine learning tool, some of the other tools that we need, and we're not focused on trying to get broader adoption throughout the whole firm or trying to roll these out or train people, but we are just looking at what do we need, and we'll build our products and services around that. I think what may follow is some sort of reverse osmosis where within the firm people will see these tools and will be interested in learning more about them, and it'll happen organically. But that's not where we're starting from. Diversity of voices is really important. You want to find some sort of mechanism for getting away from having all of sort of leadership decision-making flowing down from partners, owners of the firm. And one great way to do that, and you'll see a lot of technology companies
This is an opportunity for me to sing a little.
Yes, please.
Going to backup, Stephanie.
Did I break something?
So the idea of having pre-recorded during the pandemic was in case someone's quality of connection is not great, and also make sure people to stay within the 6 to 7 minutes that we asked them. But I think we also have a backup file ready to be played. One was played from our website. This is from local copy. So as soon as you're ready, Stephanie, let's go again from the right point. Any questions for Carla, meanwhile? Just unmute yourself.
I am the new CEO of the newly formed Cleary X, a business in the field, and add their voices to help shape your strategies and priorities. And in particular, if you engage some clients in this, law firm leadership is much more likely to be able to let go a little bit of that decision making. Related to that is autonomy for decision making. Law firms are fairly bureaucratic in many ways, and there's a hierarchy, and making decisions, whether it relates to technology or something else, involves a ton of work, and sometimes 20, 25 people are going to have to be involved in a decision. You want to try as much as possible to pull away from that and have some autonomy, even if that means defining the parameters that you have, whether it's by spend or some other kind of decision making. But the more autonomy you can get, the more agile you can be. And you really want to be able to ring fence experimentation, and obviously not with things like client security or information security, client outcomes, but really trying different technologies, trying different approaches and processes, and making sure that those are separated from the day-to-day work of the firm. Building a team is really critical, and in fact, it's one of the things that I'm most concerned about in terms of how this is working with starting from scratch at a blank slate. You want to provide growth opportunities, but you want to make it clear that this isn't just a backdoor into the traditional firm. You want to have your own compensation model, maybe with some sort of participation that mirrors a phantom equity or something like that, some sort of incentives. But if you're going to have people who expect New York style associate bonuses, this is obviously not going to work. You don't just want to replicate the firm's talent bench as well. Sometimes law firm leaders will think, well, if you hire our alumni or associates from the firm, people will trust them more quickly and it'll be kind of a shortcut to building that trust and confidence. But those people, when you think about it, were trained, mentored, taught, paid, and hired by people doing work what we'll call the old way, and maybe in the hardest position to be able to disrupt that and suggest changes or suggest that the work product as it is can change. So think about that. You also want different skills and approaches, and what makes a really good lawyer in a law firm, in particular in big law, may not be the same. You want people who are resilient, who are willing to keep kind of pushing against difficult decisions and change. You want people who are interested in an agile approach and who like to look at things as a process and like to think about things in terms of project management. So different skill set. There's also an issue of overlapping mandates with other teams and groups. In this kind of role, building a captive, you may be part of the innovation committee or innovation department. You may be part of knowledge management. You may sit with IT, but you really need to think about what are all of the mandates of these other stakeholders in the process. There's going to be overlap. Where does IT roles begin and end? You want to be allies with these teams, and you want to make sure leadership has given them appropriate messaging about what your mandate is versus theirs and how you will work together. So you don't want to burn bridges. You want to know where the bodies are buried. You want to know whose lanes are where, how to get the support you need, but how to work with all of these teams, because you will have those overlapping mandates. What should you measure? This is an awesome opportunity to create the benchmarks for everything that you want to measure, whether that's employee retention and engagement, diversity, client satisfaction scores, as granular as how long does it take to complete a certain kind of contract review, how many people hours, the cost, and then things like revenue and margins. You have a chance at the outset to build this from scratch. So take the opportunity to figure out what you want to measure, what success will look like, and what sort of things you need to do to make sure that you achieve what you see as success. Thanks. Hi, I'm Carla Swansberg.
Great. Thank you very much, Carla. I had a question, which was something that we were considering, and that was the client panel that you had, your client advisory board. And I just wonder how you went about selecting clients for that advisory board.
Sure. Well, we're just in the process of doing that. And it was something I experienced in my last role, which was actually running the Canadian and Latin American businesses for an ALSP. And what the approach we've taken is to get recommendations from the senior leadership team, but to kind of reserve the right for us as a business unit to include people or add people. I've said from the outset it needs to be a diverse group. I've actually decided to separate it into two, to have one that's general counsel and legal operations, and then have another one that's kind of business leaders within organizations, and to really form a mix of clients and others. So I've started from the perspective of what kinds of voices do we want to have at the table. I've given partners and others a chance to provide recommendations, and then we're kind of starting to invite people based on all of that criteria and making sure that it's a real balance. So for example, if the firm does a lot of funds work and banking work, you don't want all people who are senior vice presidents at banks, for example. So that's how we've built it. And including some key clients obviously gets easier buy-in more quickly. And I see there is a question about legacy Cleary resources. And I know this is a tricky issue to say, and I'm not hiring Clery alumni or Clery people, but there's two issues. One is, if it looks like you're just stealing people when the firms are so incredibly busy, the partners are going to be annoyed at you. So that's one issue that in this current environment we have to watch for. The other is, I have seen, and I'm just very new in this role, so this is not necessarily from current experience, that the people who move over, when you're thinking about something like due diligence and supporting M&A transactions, they have a way of doing the work, and the partners they've worked with, they know how the partners like to see that work. And the problem is to say to them, reimagine it and disrupt it. It's just really hard for those people to do that. So you need a balance. So I'm planning to have a mix, people who have worked within the firm and within big law, and people who've been nowhere near big law. So it's not a yes or no, it's a just stay away from only having the clones.
And it's all about mixing. Oh, here's our poll. So that kept us on time. So please, could people respond to the poll? Thank you very much. And Tanisha, when the poll's complete, could you just run through the results for me, please?
Happy to, Lizzie.
All right, we have the poll results up. We've got 13% deployed already, 6% have it as a 2022 project, 57% interested, and 25% not interested.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. We'll now move on to our second presentation from Alicia Hardy at White & Case.
Hello, and thanks for inviting me to participate and share our LIFT story. LIFT is an innovation program started a couple of years ago at White & Case, dubbed Local Innovation for Firm-Wide Transformation. It was initiated by our London office executive partner who sought to create and embed a culture of innovation in London. The scalability and flexibility of the brand has led to successful launches of LIFT in APAC, Germany and the Nordics, and we're about to launch in the Americas in January 2022. I want to share with you my top 10 tips from what we've learned so far. Number 1, before embarking on an innovation journey such as LIFT, you must be clear about the problem you're trying to fix and your ultimate objective to enable you to create a brand that fits the needs and culture of your organization. Our London executive partner realized that although the firm was making great strides by investing in technology for our people, there were a number of innovation initiatives which existed in silos and we weren't great about communicating them. As such, she wanted to create and embed a visible culture of innovation where people would know about the best tools and approaches to deliver the best possible client service, and also, and very importantly, be inspired and willing to innovate, share ideas freely, and champion and test new processes and technology. 2, establish and validate your brand. The brand is extremely important. By branding everything with LIFT in all of the regions and all of the activity streams, we have gained a lot of traction by giving people a recognizable brand that they can associate with innovation at the firm. Your brand needs to be clear and make sense, but be flexible enough to cover expansion of activity and scope. 3, clarity of mission without being too prescriptive. We set our terms of reference to be specific enough to tie our efforts back to our ultimate objective of embedding a culture of innovation, but with enough wiggle room to be flexible and adaptable to the dynamic needs and demands of the firm. This has played out well because we now have a brand that's ideally positioned to support the new firm strategy as it plays out in support of innovation, client service delivery, and future ways of working. 4, find the right people to help. It's important that you find these right people at varying levels of your organization with different skill sets and attitudes to help ground your objectives and drive progress. Engage a core team of probably very busy people who are genuinely interested and passionate about getting involved and willing to step up as required, and also willing to work alongside their own day-to-day roles. It's also important not to underestimate the power of crafting objectives that people really believe in and care about. 5, be function agnostic. LIFT started out as a function agnostic initiative and has remained so to date. Volunteers are drawn from across practice group, regions and business services teams, including knowledge, technology, marketing and practice tech. And this represents a truly collaborative approach as it doesn't belong to a single functional group. To that end, we also have to be mindful of existing initiatives and not to create a competitive or duplicative effort, but instead act as a promotional brand and a platform to focus on educating our people and embedding a cultural awareness of the need to innovate. Lift doesn't own any products or processes, but promotes those that belong to others. 6, create distinct and identifiable activity streams unified under your brand with clear deliverables and allocated responsibilities. Our activities streams include Lift Live, in-person open days showcasing expertise, tools and services, Lift Academy, a legal tech and innovation program with internal and external speakers across a broad range of topics on which we can engage with our clients, Lift Logic, a platform for empowering our people with a new set of problem-solving skills, including hackathons and coding training. Lift Local, activity weeks established to expand on our London success to other locations and epitomising the flexible and iterative nature of the Lift brand. And Lift Ed, a series of educational pop-ups showcasing tech and new tools available to our people. 7, employ both a top-down and bottom-up approach. To ensure that decisions were made quickly, but also in alignment with strategy, we secured a mandate to take a ground-up approach to decision-making without being bogged down by lengthy approval processes, but ensuring we had senior sponsors at every turn. 8, quick wins and longer-term goals. When we started, a number of people excitedly participated with brainstormings to generate lots of different ideas, including some that would take months to come to fruition. We were worried that if this is the case, we would quickly lose the energy and enthusiasm that people brought to the first meeting. So we spent time focusing on quick wins to keep up the engagement while we continue to work on longer-term, higher-impact projects. 9, the power of yes and the importance of no. Exercise the power of saying yes to something, even when it's not necessarily fully baked or rigorously structured, but also saying no to something, even though it's shiny and new, but where it isn't true to your objectives. This is to avoid distracting scopes, creep and departure from the mission. And lastly, acknowledge the things that don't go well, rethink, take stock and learn. Then iterate. Give permission for people to share and take forward ideas without risk of criticism or blame, and always celebrate your successes. Thank you very much. Good luck.
Alicia, thank you very much. A question has come up on the chat from Amal at Mayor Brown. Heard you say Lift doesn't own any innovations, but helps facilitate others' innovations. Who owns the innovation projects after they are live, IT or the innovation team? Can't hear you.
Now.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. That's a good question. Actually, the function that tends to own the innovations are the ones that create them in the first place. As I said, Lift doesn't actually create any products, but we're a communication platform and a unifying brand. So if it's an IT product that we're promoting, then they will continue to own that product as long as it's appropriate to do so. There's a wrinkle here, because obviously with our dedicated practice technology team, quite often they will pilot and implement products which we will then productize and may be deployed or diverted for maintenance to our IT team. So it really is about not being the organization that delivers the product, but rather the one that promotes.
Lovely. Thank you. And we have 1 minute. So this is my question. How did you choose your brand?
To be honest, we went out to the people that were interested and we did a little bit of a competition and said, come up with some names. And then we did a voting process and Lift was the one that won. In fact, we did actually change it. Oz was involved at the time. And it was local innovation for future transformation. And then we decided that actually the future was here. So we quietly changed it to firm-wide transformation. We did end up with some branded products that had the wrong brand on them that nobody seemed to notice.
The poll has come up and cut us off as always. I've been asked to keep things moving. If you could vote quicker on the poll so that we can move on quickly. So it's up there now. Please could you vote as quickly as possible? Thank you very much. And Tanisha, when it's completed, if you could let us have the results, that would be great. Thank you.
Absolutely. All right, we're not seeing the poll results yet. All right, here we go. 9% have this deployed already. 9% have it as a 2022 project. 67% of us are interested, and 15% elected not interested.
Fantastic. Thank you. And thank you, Alicia. Up next are Monet and Anna from Cooley. Please, could we play the presentation?
Hi, I'm Anna Mosa, Director of Knowledge Management and Innovation at Cooley. The Knowledge Management and Innovation Group is part of Cooley's IS department.
I'm Monet Fauntleroy, Director of Legal Service Delivery, also part of Cooley's Information Services Department.
That we offer a pretty large portfolio of services and tools. Because we're embedded in the IS group, it's most of the work that we're all doing is really underpinned in, needing solid, strong, scalable technology. So we spend most of our time making sure that the tech meets the needs of the business. And what we were finding is as we were growing the portfolio, as our users were growing, as we were serving more practice groups, whether it was something we had developed or something off the shelf, we weren't able to follow through to really stay connected and engaged with the practices on how well was it working, did it require any business process improvement or changes, did it require any cultural or mindset changes within the group, and also the sort of increasing demand for our services meant that we started to get into this cycle of, you need this, cool, here it is, you need this, great, here's another one. Without really putting the rigor into assessing the business value of what was being asked for, not just for the practice, but how could it be applicable firm-wide? How could it improve our client service? So there was just a lot of holes in our game, primarily because of, I think, the rigor required to get legal tech properly slotted into the ecosystem, staying up to speed with what was going on in the market, making sure we were delivering best-in-class solutions. Some of the business-facing services were falling short.
Our solution? We augmented the existing practice-facing functions of our Information Services Department with a net new function designed to strengthen the connective tissue between our offerings and the needs of the business. Now there is a knowledge and innovation team that ensures the work and expertise of the firm is recorded and optimized for knowledge sharing and drives legal work through automating the enhanced use of data and other innovative legal productivity tools. An intelligence services team that provides complex competitive intelligence and legal intelligence in research to the practices, and a legal service delivery team which anchors all those services to the demands of the business. A team specifically dedicated to need finding, validating business problems and business priorities, and coordinating strategic stakeholder engagement. Resources who once had to manage the entire life cycle of a legal solution are now able to focus on their areas of expertise, leveraging a greater volume of strategic insight and guidance. As a firm, we're extremely fortunate to have so many lawyers who are able to identify so many ways that technology can improve their workflow and work product. Adding a specific function designed to help organize and rationalize all that interest has been key to supporting the effectiveness of the functions that develop and deliver our legal technology solutions. This is all very hard to do while you have initiatives in flight. For some people, the purpose of and the fit for the legal service delivery team wasn't obvious. For others, it made sense, but it wasn't part of their muscle memory to engage with such a team. Also, this function has increased demand, and right now demand is outpacing our capacity significantly, which leads to our third challenging reality. It's been more difficult to fill roles in all of our practice services groups because we want people who are passionate about bringing specific expertise and not interested in being generalists.
We have found this team to be a really winning strategy for us. There's been a lot of huge wins, and we can also see we're building a good foundation for future success. One of the things that we sort of saw immediately we were able to do was really put people towards their highest and best use throughout the life cycle of all the work that we're doing. You know, having that ability to focus on just one piece of the puzzle has really improved, I think, people's ability to kind of add value to our work, and I think the work itself has become better. And because all of us are trying to sort of get to these same kind of nirvana of we know everything and we can deliver everything and it's all sort of there at your fingertips. And weaving all of that together takes a lot of coordination across teams, and having it structured this way where we have a dedicated team who can focus on the business value, and a dedicated team who can focus on sort of the innovative product suite, and a dedicated team who can focus on really the knowledge management services. One of the projects we're working on where we're trying to really provide a more fulsome view of our clients' business data, which often is coming from a combination of the marketplace, our financial systems, our own legal work product, where we really know much more about the company structure than anyone else would. Weaving all of that together requires many, many different teams. So we're really able to do this in a much more cohesive way because of the way we structure the group.
Another good that's come out of this is we've seen the business itself speak earlier and more often about the business problems they would like to solve. Also, our firm leadership has a better understanding of our initiatives because we are more consistently evangelizing our important messages across practices. Going forward, as a practice services group, we are focusing on enhancing our methods for intake, requirements gathering, prioritization, and internal communications. Thanks for your time and attention, and please reach out with any questions and thoughts.
Fantastic. Thank you both for that wonderful presentation. And we've got some questions in the chat. And Monet has been answering Jason's. So moving on to Kate, what skills do the service delivery team have?
I threw some of that, a short answer in the chat, but I think one of the core ones is the ability, listening, I think, is the biggest one, and being able to have someone shoot their idea of a solution, give you their suggestion about what needs to happen, and turn that conversation into one about what the problem really is. And whether or not that comes from sort of a BA background or in our case, someone who is really great at internal comms, I think it's just being able to say, let's back up into how you would describe what you're experiencing, who else is affected by it, what your ultimate better state looks like, so that the people who create the solutions on his team have that vision in mind versus digging into what the desired tool or the desired solution is upfront.
And one of the questions that I wanted, and in fact, I had it on my list, but it's your question of this morning in terms of, how have you created these teams? Have they been people who are already within the company, in the firm, repurposed, or have you made new recruits? And there's just 1 minute for this. I'm sorry, I'm just keeping a look at the time.
New.
All new, brilliant. Oh, that's really quick. So could we have the poll in that case, please? And again, I've been asked, could you respond quickly? Thank you.
All right, let's get ready for the poll results. We have 15% have deployed this already, 8% have it as a 2022 project, 68% are interested, and 9% are not interested.
Fantastic. I would like to thank all the speakers in this section, and I'd also like to thank the very lively debate that's going on in the chat, which I'm now going to go back and read properly because we now have a 10-minute break.
Hi, everyone. Welcome back from break. I hope you had a chance to get something to eat, to stretch, and to hydrate. And I hope you're ready for this afternoon. We have some great sessions lined up for you. And our next section of our Shark Tank TED Talk of the day, we're moving into part 3. Before we jump into that, we are going to hear from HBR Consulting, who are our sponsors today. Bobby Basile and Sarah Happy are going to talk to us about data-enabled legal practice with a spotlight on ESG. Let's start the video.
Hi, Bobby Basile here with HBR Consulting with our advisory practice.
And my name is Sarah Happy, and I am a senior manager on our advisory practice. And we are just going to jump in and talk about ESG. So what is ESG and why did we decide to focus on it? ESG describes a set of factors that investors and other corporate stakeholders can use to evaluate companies. The concept was originally implemented in investing as a way to evaluate companies based on a number of socially desirable behaviors or activities. There's no real definition of what's included in ESG, but things that stakeholders use to evaluate a company's performance include sustainability policies, workforce composition and labor standards, board and management diversity, pay equity, and political or nonprofit giving. In the past few years, investors and consumers have placed a growing value on ESG. Companies have responded by issuing sustainability policies, including ESG disclosures and annual reports, and making public commitments related to things like pay equity, board diversity, and voting rights. While these policies aim to do good, there's a growing risk to companies that develop and publicize ESG policies. The legal risks coming from these policies are evolving, but a company that elects to report their policies may be subject to securities laws. The other, and right now arguably greater risk to companies, is reputational. As more companies disclose ESG commitments, any action or inaction that is contrary to those commitments may go viral and damage the company. We decided to develop a resource that helps our clients understand their ESG risk. In order to understand this risk, we had to identify behavior that may be inconsistent with a company's ESG disclosures. This behavior could include a high volume of product liability litigation or campaign contributions that were contrary to a stated position on voting rights. The areas covered by ESG are wide-ranging, which meant a lot of information had to be collected and analyzed to understand each client's unique circumstances. The volume of information to understand this risk made it critical that we develop a solution supported by data. We worked with our attorneys on the ESG team to identify what was important to our clients. We then used this information to outline the content that was critical to evaluating ESG. This included litigation, transactions, legislation, news, and FEC filings. Once we identified this information critical to our work, then we had to identify the best source for that data and determine how we were going to collect the relevant data. At this point in the process, it's really important that you're clear about the questions you're trying to answer. This will help keep you focused on exactly what data you need, which will help you decide both the best source and the best strategy for collecting your data. It's easy to get lost in data points and sources if you aren't clear on your ultimate objective. Then you have to decide how you're going to connect your data. It is absolutely critical that you understand how you'll connect your data early in development. We started by creating a diagram that included all the questions we hoped to answer, the data sources that would support them, and how each source was connected. Third-party vendors helped us add unique identifiers to the data so that we could make connections across data sets. When developing our model, we decided to start with litigation because we had a really good source of data that we were really familiar with. Our goal was to develop a model that identified litigation that could pose a reputational risk to our clients. Generally speaking, this was litigation where the alleged behavior was contrary to a stated policy or position, like a policy of gender equality in the workplace, but a high volume of suits alleging discrimination. First, we identified the categories of litigation that were relevant. This included employment, environmental, torts, products liability, white collar, and antitrust. Then we defined the parties we needed to evaluate. For the purposes of ESG, we needed to not only look at our clients, but also their suppliers and subsidiaries. A client that had a thorough environmental policy, but used a supplier engaged in environmental litigation was the type of contradiction we wanted to highlight. We also needed to look at competitors. In order to identify spikes in litigation, we needed to compare litigation against companies of the same size in the same industry, so we included those details in the model. What resulted was a model that could tell us where an increase in litigation posed a reputational threat to our client, or where a supplier or subsidiary was engaged in behavior contrary to a stated policy. We're going to talk more about what it takes to execute this kind of project, but there are 3 things that are critical to any data project. First, you need to plan ahead. You need a solid project plan that includes details about where you're getting your data and how you plan to use it. Document the relationships between your sources early and make sure everyone on the team understands them. You also need to get regular feedback. It's really easy to start working on this type of project and never emerge with a product, or invest a ton of time in development only to realize you overlooked something your stakeholders think is critical. Avoid this by putting your work out for discussion early and often. This is where wireframes can be incredibly helpful because you can get feedback without the hours of development. Finally, you need the right team. We're going to talk about the roles required for these projects, but it's incredibly important that you have a strong team leader that understands the roles and responsibilities across the team. This is someone that understands data, but also understands the practice of law. You also need a strong subject matter expert that can identify where to focus and how the data should work together.
There's been a lot of chatter in the marketplace in the past couple of years about data in the industry. And it's difficult to ascertain between what's actually happening from fantasy to facts. Earlier this year, we facilitated a group of innovation and strategy leaders, and we asked them where they are focusing their data-related efforts on a scale of operational to legal services and internal to external. And what we learned is that the vast majority are focusing on using analytics to drive new practice insights that directly impact clients. So in other words, they're using data to develop proprietary insights to deliver unique legal services to their clients. In order to do this, departments are evolving and roles are transforming within law firms. What was once separate silos, such as research, KM, and LPM, data analytics and practice technologies as separate teams, are now merging to create client solutions, practice services, or practice solutions. This creates multidisciplinary teams that can be deployed to solve particular circumstances or to develop unique solutions across a variety of different areas of expertise. In doing this, roles such as competitive intelligence and legal research are now becoming roles or mutating into roles such as business and data intelligence or data analytics. And KM and LPM professionals are becoming practice solutions and practice innovation professionals. We've outlined a capability spectrum as it relates to data, with foundational being the starting point, all the way up to the most complex as predictive. And the type of team that you build is in large part dependent upon where you would like to land on your capability spectrum in terms of the services that you want your team to be able to perform. But just to level set here, the foundational aspects around data is really where folks start with data strategy and answering the question, what do we have in data? Where is it? And how can it be organized so that it can be accessed, so that we can do things such as creating reports and dashboards to tell us what is present in the data, what is not present in the data, and then ultimately why are things happening as it relates to being depicted in the data. Moving on to prescriptive, which can tell us what may happen as it relates to data, and then ultimately to predict and influence the outcomes around data. Law firms are placing bets via investment in building data-related teams. And we've been tracking this over the past couple of years, and there's been a tremendous amount of activity to depict that. What we've noticed is that director and manager level leaders have roughly quadrupled since the summer of 2019, with a 40% increase in the last 15 months. Chief roles have doubled in the past year. And teams, much of the growth has come from scaling existing teams, where many teams started out as one person being hired, and now they're growing those teams from 2 to 4 people. So you can see within the AmLaw 200, there's roughly 75 firms that have data analytics capabilities, with a team ranging from 1 to 5 people. So there's a significant amount of growth to be able to deliver data-enabled legal services. The composition of the teams in terms of the full-time employees that are brought into law firms is in large part dependent upon, again, how complex solutions you want to bring to bear. These range from data engineers to data scientists, data analytics personnel to statisticians, business and client intelligence professionals, and directors, managers, and chiefs to lead the team. What we've seen is that the majority of the teams are focused on being able to at least deliver diagnostic to predictive solutions, with some teams investing in data scientists and others making the strategic decision to augment their team with external providers on an as-needed basis. So we hope that this presentation has been helpful in helping you understand, as we've brought to life data-enabled legal services related specifically to ESG as a case study, and then providing an overview of what it takes to deliver services in this area.
Thank you so much. Let's bring Bobby and Sarah up for a little Q&A. Thank you for that presentation. Really exciting to hear what's happening, in the data space within law firms, and having, working in law firms for the past almost 22 years now. It's been really exciting to see just the transformation and the change that has taken place with data. When I started in practice, I was like, what's data? I don't even need to know what that is. It doesn't matter to what I do. And now we're talking about, predictive data analytics. So it's a really exciting time. So I'm gonna ask everyone, please put your questions for Bobby and Sarah into the chat, and we'll get going. So one thing I wanted to just start with, Bobby, you said in the presentation that law firms are making bets, they're placing bets on the teams that they're starting to develop within the data space. And that to me suggests that there's going to be winners and there's going to be losers. So I wonder, how do you think that's going to play out? I mean, don't you think that some of these capabilities are just essential to law firms now? Are they required for law firms to be competitive and, in today's environment?
I would suggest that every law firm needs capabilities in this area for sure, but different strata of law firm are in different headspace, if you will, around their acknowledgement of that, and also the connection between what the needs are and what it takes to address those needs. So they're in various distinctions around what they need to deliver services that are being asked for by the attorneys, and or the symptoms that they're hearing from attorneys, and then translating that into needing to capitalize and make data accessible.
We had a question in the chat. If you could repeat the stat where you said something like X percentage of AmLaw 200 team firms have X team sizes. Can you, if you remember that data from the presentation?
Yes, let me pull that up. I don't think I had it memorized, although we had it on the slide, but yes, happy to pull that up. While we're doing that, Sarah, do you want to talk maybe about why or how this capability for the ESG, for the attorneys who provided ESG services, how it changed their value proposition to their clients and affected their business model?
Sure. Sarah, you have 30 seconds.
Okay.
So what we wanted to do here was give information about a risk. So instead of, writing policies or talking about what they need to do, or maybe addressing what they need to file, really wanted to look at the bigger picture and give them a way to advise clients about their ongoing risk, which changes the relationship from, maybe a transaction about, drafting a policy to an ongoing conversation about what are you doing in this space, because it is a topic that's evolving all the time. Another reason that we wanted to use data is because there was so much volume of information that we needed to digest to tackle this project and this topic, right? So it's not just our clients, but all the different companies that they're in relationships with, and understanding the context. So not just this is your litigation activity, but this is your litigation activity in the context of your industry. And this is the activity of suppliers or subsidiaries or partners. If you're considering investments, this is something that you need to consider now, is what is that company doing?
Sarah, Bobby, thank you so much for joining us. I'm sorry we have to cut our Q&A short. Please keep the conversation going in the chat, and we're going to jump now into part 3 of our Shark TED Talk Tank sessions, data-driven innovation. First, we're going to hear from Janine Zito and Cindy Baer. They're going to talk about matter profiling to leverage firm intelligence. Then we're going to move to Bill Kutch and Tom Humberston. They're going to talk about first and always the use case. And we're going to wrap up with Patrick Dundas talking about new intranets and new features.
Hi, I'm Janine Zito of Cleary Gottlieb, where I am the Senior Manager of Knowledge Solutions.
And I'm Cindy Baer of Latera, Senior Director of Firm Intelligence Advisors. We're here to talk to you about a hot topic in KM, matter profiling. Janine, can you tell us about matter profiling at Cleary?
Sure. So over the last several years, Cleary has completely transformed the way that we track and systematize matter information, inclusive of the technology, the process, and the resources. And our story may be very familiar to some of the other firms out there. This was not our first attempt at a global collaborative system. Looking back, we had Lotus Notes and Excel trackers and proprietary systems. But whichever technology we used, our program wasn't consistent, systematic, or thorough. And we had some practices that profiled every single matter down to every single detail, and then other practices that did not have a tracking system at all.
So how did you define a whole new mission for profiling?
We set a goal of sustaining a global experience management program, so covering all of our practices within our 17 plus offices. And then we had to take a really hard look in the mirror to say, how is this possible? What do we want the future to look like? And then how do we actually get to a collaborative program? And the verdict was getting input from those that are closest to the matter, and those are the timekeepers. How do we get there? Well, I think a strong partnership with our KM lawyers.
What changes did you make to technology, process, resources to get this done?
Well, on the technology side, Cindy, as you know, we're utilizing Latera's foundation product that is now our single source for experience-related firm intelligence. And we revamped the actual program, designed it based on lessons learned from prior programs. To do that, we are utilizing subject matter experts across the firm. to add into details into the profile timely. We created specific roles and responsibilities for the life cycle of the matter profiling program, which includes KM lawyers where they're available. And we established program oversight to help support those KM lawyers. Since KM lawyers have varying roles, responsibilities, skill sets, et cetera, and let's face it, level of interest in administering these programs, we had to put emphasis on all those things that I just mentioned, but the success of the program has really been around the people and then the program flexibility.
So how were KM lawyers involved in designing the new program?
Yeah, so we worked very hard and very close with them to design an infrastructure that utilizes people across the firm with varying levels of matter experience. For each profile type, we then identified specific pieces of information that would classify a strong profile. And we covered that at the appropriate point in the matter lifecycle via the workflow that we put in place. The key, though, was then having honest conversations with KM lawyers about the importance of the program, some marketing campaigning there, how it ties into their practice-related specific goals, and honestly, not what they just needed to support, but what they wanted. And then with that information, we took that and we designed a profiling program with a global baseline that could be customized.
And what happened next?
We got very creative. So KM lawyers use the baseline to customize their goals of the program and then look at the resources that they had available. So I'll give you two examples of the type of programs. One being where there was no existing program. So KM lawyers were crucial in this aspect because they were able to obtain partner buy-in so that we can have associates profile and work with them on a regular basis to complete those and then have partners review or approve the profiles. And then the second area was where we had existing programs where we were utilizing professional staff. And there were a lot of challenges that we had around change management. They were acting in silo, putting quality information into the system. But what we needed to do was continue to utilize those subject matter experts in those roles and then open line the communication with other timekeepers on the matters. So our profilers were able to engage with them to collect new information to add to the profile. And then the very last and new part that we had as part of the profiling lifecycle is having lawyers to start review and approve those profiles. And in these examples, they're all being run by KM lawyers.
So what support did your team offer to the KM lawyers in this goal?
So KM lawyers not only needed and wanted support to make sure that their goals were being achieved for their particular practice, but then also that it was meeting the mission of the firm. So in order to do that, we did need to give them support, and we have roles dedicated to help drive the success of the baseline program through governance and oversight. One of the important coordinated efforts amongst the KM, an example is to review and support the global taxonomy and consistency across all the different offices. That's been key. And then there's the analytics piece. So we created analytics dashboards to tell the story of how well each program is doing. That helped us get partner support. Sharing those metrics with KM lawyers has kept them actively focused on the program. And we've learned things like we are profiling new deal types of matters where we haven't gotten much traction before.
Mm-hmm. So this has been great progress. What is your key to success?
I think the key for this program so far has been the people, the designed for and designed by KM lawyers, and having a customized support and resource structure. These programs are ever evolving. We are continuing to expand the program, have new people involved. There's growth of the foundation product as we continue to evolve that, and expansion of our general data collection process. So we're working closely with the KM lawyers on a regular basis to make sure that they have their requirements and their wish list from a product and a program perspective out in the open. And then we're also working closely with them for what's coming next, which is tying the information from the Matter Profiling Program and Foundation into our enterprise search system, which is launching later this month.
It's amazing progress. Thank you so much for sharing, Janine. And look forward to seeing what's next.
Great. Thank you.
Great presentation. All right, let's start our Q&A with Cindy and Janine. All right. So first question from our chat. What pieces of information did you find were best collected by professionals versus by lawyers or KM lawyers?
So the data that we've collected is somewhat easy when you have a professional staff reviewing public information or your basic details. The additional information that was coming from timekeepers are kind of the aspects of the transaction that are not public and what we consider are notable matter details. And that could be in narrative form to talk about the best-in-class contracts that were used, anything that was learned from provisions, or even precedents that were used in the past to come up with that transaction.
So I'm very curious. So you talked about these two different programs, and I was very curious. Have you found one to be more effective than the other? Is it the attorney profiling or using the professional staff to take that first crack at it to complete those profiles?
I would say it's probably about even, depending upon first of all, the buy-in from the partners, but also the size of our practices. So we have, for let's say our M&A practice, we have a much more oiled machine, a lot more resources dedicated to it. So you can see that being more successful. We also talk about the quantity of matters that are out there when you're turning capital markets transactions, and our litigation can go a little bit deeper just because you're reviewing content over the length of the case.
Thank you. And oh my goodness, I'm so sorry. We have more questions in the chat for you guys. We're running a little bit behind time, but I know this is a topic that's near and dear to many of us. I'm going to ask you to answer those questions in the chat. And ask everyone to please complete the poll that is up on your screen right now. Cindy and Janine, thank you so much for sharing this information with us, and look forward to hearing or seeing the conversation in the chat continue.
Waiting for here are the poll results. 19% have deployed this already. 30% have this as a 2022 project. 44% are interested, and 7% are not interested.
Thanks, Mary. All right, let's jump to our next video. First, always the use case.
Hi there, my name is Tom Humberstone and I work for Womble Bond Dickinson UK LLP. I've been with the firm now for just over 15 years, and my role here is the IT Applications and Development Manager.
Hi everyone, I'm Bill Cook, Chief Knowledge Officer here at Womble Bond Dickinson US. I've been with the firm over 18 years and looking forward to our discussion today.
So the first iteration of our iManage Insight deployment focused on knowledge management, and this was centered around curated know-how that was submitted and maintained by our practice development lawyers and supporting knowledge guardians. And this really drove that first phase and allowed us to, I suppose, pivot from that point and then move forward with seeing all of our iManage transactional content added as a second tab to the search environment, and then furthermore building towards a third phase, which will see new integrations into data sources and other features and functionality.
For the US approach, we quite simply had to do things a little bit differently than they do in the UK. We don't have any practice support lawyers here in the US, whereas in the UK they have a really great team and a number of them. So for the future for us looks something like bringing in external data from sources like Thomson Reuters, from Lexis, and enriching our current internal knowledge, specifically our documents, with that type of metadata.
So from a user needs standpoint, if you want a targeted search or a focused search, they're there to help you. And I think it would be fair to say that the mixing the old and the new is very important to our firm, having that classic approach to taxonomies and refinement down to those folders, complemented by search facets with an intuitive and user-friendly search experience, is very much centered around the success of where we are today.
And as I talk about our approach. I have to give credit to Fireman and Company for helping us really establish all of this as we did a lot of work on the front end in order to have a great result in front of the lawyers. So, we started again with the requirements. I mean, that's understood and a big part of all of this. But we did a lot of exercises in wireframing to ensure that the look and feel was what our attorneys would respond to. We did a lot of data cleanup and data mapping. So we are pulling in data into the system from a lot of different data points. So we had to figure out where all of that data is and how to get it together so that we could make for an easy ingestion into the system. So all of that work up front really helped in getting all of the information that we needed together so that we could have a great finished product.
For the UK, our practice development lawyers were really the driving force behind the success of the solution, but also the engagement within their practice areas and sub teams within. So that was really where we were gaining momentum with the feedback from the previous versions of Search that we had, but that also allowed us to target good stakeholders and get under the bonnet of what their requirements were and have a feedback loop really. And second to that, of course, would be the testing. The success of our solution was centered around practice development lawyers and knowledge guardians owning that element of the exercise.
Yeah, and we involved what I would call kind of a steering committee right from the start. We had, and it was multidisciplinary, if you will. It was partners, administrative folks, all coming together to kind of suit all of those needs. I think the product is for attorneys, but it's also extremely helpful to a lot of our administrative groups at the firm too. So we felt it was important to include all of those teams on the front end to help us kind of shape all of those requirements. And then those were also our beta testers and alpha testers and all of that. So we involved them from the start to help shape it, but also to kind of test it and help us get it out to the firm. One of the things that I would do a little bit differently is have some better communication with IT. I'm in KM, Tom's in IT, and I think that in some elements of the project, I could have communicated a little bit better on some of the needs for the project.
And from the UK side of things, I think it's probably some feedback against maybe myself on this, just balancing the excitement around the technology and the new platform and the features and functionality within, and ensuring that I took the time to share that with the project stakeholders to explain it in the right way, so they shared my desire or aspiration for embracing a new feature, a new piece of functionality, cool tools really.
Excellent. All right, let's bring Bill and Tom onto this stage. We can start our Q&A with them. Thank you for your presentation. Oh, let's bring up my chat window. Feel free to please drop your questions in the chat. So I have a question for you. And so you talked about this feedback loop that you created as you were moving through the project, and it sounded that was an important part of the process and developing this and getting your attorneys to be a part of the process and to adopt the final product. So I'm just curious, as you were doing this, did you take a more agile approach? Like as you were starting to release features, did you kind of release a version 1 and get it out to the lawyers and get feedback? Or was it more of the feedback that was, all right, we've got your requirements now, we've got your wireframes, and now we're ready for testing?
For us, it was a little bit of both of that. I mean, we really, at the front end, as I mentioned, mapped out what the final product would look like, very in a very in-depth way. So, kind of getting all those use cases shored up front was really important. But we absolutely had a feedback loop when we deployed it in the US, meaning we had alpha testers, we had beta testers, we had a whole host of people who were reviewing the system, and we incorporated that feedback in as we were progressing. So it was both of those.
So one of the questions from our audience, we were talking about that, Luke, what were the key cultural differences between the UK and the US rollout that you had to deal with?
Well, I think as it said in the video, the sort of the differences between who was owning the knowledge and how it was submitted, it managed, maintained, etc., was definitely different, as Bill was alluding to as well, and you know that just changes the way that you approach the system in terms of how you test it, deliver it, promote it, and use it, I think.
Okay, thank you. All right, next question, and I'm going to let you answer this last question while our poll is coming up, so everyone please get your results in. Question: what data sources did you end up with in your search was the question.
We pulled in quite a bit from our document management system. Obviously, it is enterprise search. That's a big part of it. We brought in information from our time and billing systems. We brought in information from that we had kind of collected in our data warehouse. We pulled in information from our websites to kind of enrich our experience bios. So all of that kind of pulled together from a data source perspective to give the full featured search.
Thank you so much. I'm sorry, I know we're so pressed for time today. We'll keep the discussion going in the chat, and let's see if we can get our poll results.
These are the results, Tanisha. 18% have deployed this already. 23% have it as a 2022 project. 49% are interested, and 10% are not interested.
Thanks, Mary. All right, let's bring up our next speaker in this new internet, new features with Patrick Dundas.
But before we bring him, just a reminder that at the end of Patrick, before we go into breakout rooms, we're going to have our picture with your favorite non-human household mate.
Hi, my name is Patrick Dundas. I'm the Knowledge Management Special Counsel at Schulte, Roth & Zabel. And today we're going to talk a little bit about our new intranet and some new features. So we had an intranet that we built in 2013, and it had it was generally pretty good, but it had some issues. Specifically, it did struggle to engage lawyers. And the pain points included mega menus, which were difficult to navigate. Search was not as easy as we thought it should be. And the information that we thought the lawyers wanted at their fingertips and they expressed to us they wanted was not as easy to get to as it should be. Who works for the client? Some basic background about the client, and who outside the firm is related to the client. So we built features to address each of these needs. We implemented guided search. We enhanced our client pages with timekeeper filters, some background information about the client, and correspondence contacts, which I'll get into later. Sometimes you can refer them as dynamic working group lists. So we engaged Fireman & Company to help us with focus groups and design. It was done by Door 3. We used Handshake web parts. And as a general matter, we just made a greater level of investment. And the second time we did this, it was just better than the first, right? We have experience, and we used service providers that we had experience working with. And I think we got to a much better result than our first go. So guided search, many have seen this already, but essentially we have a main search interface. So let's say I want to search for the client engine number 1. I can type engine. Rather than having to select a search scope and then search and then click search, you just start typing. It instantly brings back results. It's very clean. We can also instantly push that term into other proprietary databases. We have a funds database, we have an advisor database, and occasionally it is actually also useful to search the learning management system for certain content. So guided search is a huge hit. If you don't have guided search, you should really look into it. On the client pages, lawyers in our focus groups expressed interest in some information that would help them when they get on the phone with a client. It was a very collaborative practice, and people will sometimes get on the phone with a client and not really know that much about them, right? So we rebuild our client pages with these new features. First, a filter on timekeepers and then additional information about clients, which isn't pictured here, but I'll have a separate screenshot for that. And then enhanced outside contacts. So the timekeeper filters, we built a current core team filter, which allows the user to filter to just show timekeepers that worked on the client within the past 6 months and worked more than 20 hours, and then sort those results by the total hours worked. And this allows the user to very quickly see, okay, who is most involved with the client, who probably knows the most about the work going on with the client. We also, as I said, enhanced the page with lots of client information. And this is information that our users expressed interest in. A link to the website of the client, the number of employees, where is their primary business location, and so on. So it enables folks to just go to the client page when they get on a client call and see some basic information about the client. And maybe the best thing about this is we are not maintaining these data ourselves. We're pulling these data for an external data source. So I think probably the newest piece that we built into our internet is the correspondence contacts, which tries to answer the question of who from outside the firm is related to a client or the matter. And on the client page, we're presenting this information with respect to a client. So turnover is a problem or creates challenges in knowledge transfer. You have someone who's been working with a client for years who will know who to call at the client for different things. As soon as there's turnover, the new attorney doesn't have that background. Working group lists are sometimes used to address this, but often working group lists are not prepared, and sometimes, maybe typically, they're very challenging to maintain. And then finally, some contacts might not be appropriate to include in traditional working group lists. So we have seen over the years different approaches to this. All of these approaches, whether we're talking about maintaining working groups in Word documents, or in the Matters module to interaction, or working groups in interaction, or in some other siloed database, these are all manual ways of maintaining these data, and they just simply don't work. So what we thought we'd do is instead extract contacts from emails in iManage. And so essentially the logic is there's an email in iManage, it has an email address, it has a client number and a matter number, and we can associate those contacts with client matter numbers using those unique identifiers. So we have contact name, email, company domain, and the last email date. And it's been a pretty big hit with the users. We've had some challenges. We had to deduplicate a lot of the records. I think more work needs to be done on that front. And then finally, additional metadata could be useful, strength of relationship to the client matter number, and perhaps even the role with respect to the client number. And I'm open for questions in the Q&A.
Thank you. All right, let's start our Q&A with Patrick. Patrick, all right, let's talk intranets, ever-evolving intranets. The work never seems to be done on them.
Yeah. Exactly the most exciting thing in the world. I'm open for questions. You want to get them up, Tanisha?
Sure, let me tell you what. So the first question we have in our chat, what kind of cultural issues, if any, did you run into as you were building out the new intranet, and how did you tackle them?
Thankfully, this is our second run at this, and we didn't encounter that many that we didn't anticipate already. So in the original go, where we really, the main places we ran into trouble was with regards to financial information, and there was some concern about being overly transparent with financial information. And once management understood the persona-driven structure of the system, and that if there were certain kinds of people that shouldn't have access to certain data, we could easily hide that. People got pretty comfortable. So yeah, honestly, and there were some data elements that people were more nervous about the first time that people got less nervous about the second time. So we didn't have all that much trouble, frankly. It was quite refreshing.
That's fantastic. Rare, so you're very, very lucky on that one. So next question, how did you determine and prioritize the features that you were going to add to this version of your intranet?
Farman and company helped us with the requirements gathering, and as part of that exercise, we made a list of all the features and basically ranked them. And we didn't get too granular. We have limited resources, so we want to spend too much time on this, but through a core team of the IT and KM and the focus group feedback, we were able to figure out, okay, through I think basically a ranking system and sort of majority vote, determine what were the priorities. Of course, also there were some things that we wanted to build that sometimes the technology didn't quite work the way we wanted to. For example, we wanted to include in the first round current awareness news from our Manzama feeds, but the way that technology was working with the web parts we had access to, it just wasn't presenting the way we wanted to present. So that was an example where we had to put certain aspects on hold for phase 2.
So for those who are trying to take this kind of thing on, and I'm going to let you answer this question, then we're going to hit the poll. How long did this design effort take? And while Patrick is answering that question, everyone, please respond to the poll.
Oh gosh, we deployed about a year ago. I'm struggling to remember because it's been so long. I want to say it was about total about a year to 18 months, but it's been a while, sorry.
Quite all right. So we're going to bring up the poll results, Patrick. There are a number of questions waiting for you in the chat. Seems like there's a lot of work going on intranets. So look forward to your responses there. And let's hear what the poll results are.
Here they are. 19% have deployed this already. 28% have this as a 2022 project. 42% are interested. And 11% are not interested.
Thanks, Mary. All right, thank you to all of our presenters in part 3 of our Shark Tank TED Talk. Really appreciate your time. And before we move into our breakout sessions, are we going to do our pet photo now?
Yeah. So if you have a pet or a plant, you're welcome to bring it now. If you don't want, please turn off your camera so we could only have the pet people for a second here on the camera. Pictures on the phone count. And in 1 minute, we're going to take a group picture that we're going to send to Petland. And Jerome took me as his pet, I see.
Come a little closer.
We're plugged.
Okay, so what's happening here? Camera on. And we're gonna take, I guess the way to do it, Stephanie, is Matthew gets the most effort so far. He's really working hard for that. You're gonna hide people who don't have the video on, and then you take a screenshot. One. I'm gonna go by 3. Well, Tanisha went to get her dog.
Yeah, he's not cooperating today.
I assume Stephanie will need to take multiple screenshots because we've got 6 pages. Just we need to remember to do that.
Right. I'll play Stephanie now too. Geesh, many dogs and cats.
You want to be in the video?
Great. Okay, and now we could start the breakout rooms. Okay, Ron, the stage is yours.
Welcome back, everyone. We are turning now to our next set of 3, and this is a little confusing because I am both the moderator for this session and I am part of this video. Zach and I will be available in chat while the video is playing.
My name is Zach Hutto. I work as one of the directors of advisory services at Gartner. I've been in the firm for a little over 11 years now, initially working with general counsel to help them set strategic plans for their teams. And it's in the last nearly 4 years that I've taken over our group that's advising our legal and compliance clients on their technology strategies a bit more narrowly. And it's my pleasure to share with you today some of our latest research based on our hype cycle for corporate legal tech. And to help me share some of this information with you, I'm joined by a colleague, Ron Friedman. Ron, how are you doing, sir?
I'm good, thanks. Hello, everyone. I'm Ron Friedman. I know many of you, and you know me. I've been co-organizing skills for many years, and I look forward to talking today from my perch at Gartner as an analyst about the hype cycle with Zach.
That's great. Thanks, Ron. And let me set a little bit of context for folks in terms of why we're having the discussion today and where this research comes from. And that context is based on a great deal of enthusiasm, perhaps unprecedented enthusiasm in the legal tech arena. From the corporate legal side, thinking about the demand perspective, we've been monitoring some great increases in legal tech spend. It's up 50% from 2017 to 2020. And we're expecting a further threefold increase in legal tech spend as we look ahead to 2025. At the same time, there has been significant development over on the supply side of the market with record-breaking venture capital investments cracking $1 billion in 2021 for the first time ever. And that's only as of end of September. And there are a few more months to go until we close out the year. And of course, we've also been seeing a record number of deals as well, all reflecting the vibrancy of this market. With that context, we often see in these kinds of scenarios a great deal of hype out there in the market as some of these vendors are very eager to promote some of their solutions. Maybe some of those solutions are a bit more based on hypothetical opportunities than real delivered results. And that's precisely why we publish our hype cycle for our clients. Now, our goals for today's session is to both give you some perspective into this research form factor and share with you some of the current state of affairs in the legal tech marketplace. But most importantly, we want to wrap up with a couple of recommendations for both how corporate law departments need to approach the legal tech environment and also what some of those implications might be for law firms as well.
Great. Zach, we have a lot of points on the hype cycle, and I think it would be helpful for the audience to talk about some. I think contracts is a good place.
Yeah. And let me even bring up our hype cycle and share a little bit more detail for folks that are a bit less familiar perhaps with it. What we have long seen is that technology innovations tend to follow a pretty consistent pattern. And this is a pattern that you may be familiar with in other parts of life as well, where there is often this triggering moment where there is a lot of excitement that's set off as a new innovation comes onto the scene. And that excitement builds and builds and builds until it reaches a point where there is virtually no way that the innovation could possibly live up to the overly hyped expectations that have been put upon it. That's what you see here at the peak, when inevitably there ends up being this crashing of sentiment as organizations invest a little too eagerly and perhaps unaware of some of the kinks in the solution. And, Ron, I'm sure that you've seen this as well. Over time, the market ends up correcting. There ends up being a refinement of some of the use cases involved. We work through the kinks, right, in these innovations. And it eventually leads us up this slope of enlightenment to the steady state plateau of productivity. And if you consider, for instance, an area like contracts, there are a variety of different innovations that are here on the hype cycle related to contracts. You, for instance, see CLM, the contract lifecycle management solutions in the far right toward the slope of enlightenment, reflecting the fact that that's a fairly established market category. This platform's been around for a while. But the more interesting innovations, those surrounding advanced contract analytics, as you see toward the middle of the hype cycle, just after the peak, end up being an area of intense interest for many of our clients to potentially use natural language processing and other machine learning techniques to extract data from a mass of contracts and potentially even use some AI capabilities to risk ratings and the like. But we, despite seeing some reformed sentiments, I guess, more recently, still see a great deal of maturity that's required for that technology to be ready for prime time. And you contrast that perhaps with a much even earlier stage innovation in the set of AI in corporate legal practice as a general discipline. While there are some platforms out there offering automation technologies and AI is coming a long way, there still is a great deal of effort to harness that very, very early stage technology. Just not quite there yet. But, Ron, I know I mentioned a couple of examples here, mentioned some of the backdrop for the hype cycle itself. I know you've been awfully involved in covering alternative legal service providers for us here at Gartner. Share with us a little bit about your perspective.
Sure. Well, it was sobering for me to have to place the alternative legal service provider dot on the hype cycle. And that's because I got started with then LPOs around 2004. And I saw so much potential for ALSPs to improve legal work that I joined a major provider in 2007. And to your point about hype, Zach, I was sure that we and our competitors were going to take the market by storm, but it didn't happen. And Gartner data today and other sources confirm that ALSP penetration remains pretty low, with about half our clients using them. Of those who do, only a bit more than 10% of their external spend goes to ALSPs. That's the bad news. The good news is that there's still a lot of potential because there's a lot of pressure to do more with less. And I talk a lot to general counsels and other senior leaders in legal departments, and there's increasing interest in the calls I have. So I do think we'll see growth. I think it's good news for the market. I don't think it's that much of a threat to law firms. They may lose a little bit of doc review and due diligence work, but we don't see ALSPs as a fundamental threat to the big law market. And as I think about this, and I'm talking about the legal department, Zach, it reminds me that really our research is geared towards legal departments. Any thoughts about how this relates to law firms?
Yeah, there are going to be some innovations here in the hype cycle that may be more relevant for law firms than for corporate legal departments. You're thinking potentially about chatbots and that conversational user interface that I know many have been interested in. But if I take a step back and think more broadly about what the hype cycle research itself is intended to accomplish, it really points toward three big imperatives for teams. Let me share those with you very briefly here as we take a look at this next slide. One very troubling dynamic that we see across organizations as they look to invest in more sophisticated innovations like what we were looking at just a moment ago is that there's not just a need to understand the innovations that are out there, to understand the maturity of those innovations, but there often is this very real need to understand what specific operational capabilities or pain points, or you could think of these as problems, those innovations are ultimately going to solve. And I will say, Ron, I know in some of our conversations we have mused about some private practice law firm environments have been a little better at targeting innovations and maybe understanding what are we trying to accomplish here. But I share for this group, bear in mind, the corporate legal clients that you're working with may be a little more eager to just jump on technology and might need some reminders for why we want to invest in AI in a given instance. And our data even shows that only 1 in 4 corporate law departments are truly focused on what problems we're looking to solve. But this research doesn't just uncover this need for linking these capabilities to the technology. There also is a very real need to ensure that our investment posture is appropriate for a given innovation. And let me give you a quick illustration. You think earlier to early stage innovations that are near that peak hype that we looked at on the curve. Take AI, for instance. Great opportunity there. There are, however, based on earlier stage levels of maturity, there are going to be greater levels of effort that are required to see one of those investments through to some kind of productive outcome. And, if you're interested in investing in an early stage innovation, just be wary. It will take more time and energy. It's a bit different than, what might be required for some mid to late stage innovations, and certainly far different from what we see within some of the very late stage innovations that are really ready for prime time. This mention of investment postures is not to say that thou shalt not invest in early stage innovations, but just be mindful that some of these more nascent technologies may require more time and effort to get them to some kind of real productive outcome for you, for your organization, for your clients. And then the third thing worth mentioning here is that it is worth minding what we see as a key challenge across corporate legal departments, and see this occasionally in the law firm context as well, and that's this disconnect that often emerges between a technology and its capabilities and our underlying governance maturity, the refinement of processes and roles, responsibilities, and behaviors ultimately that are required to help us harness these technologies to their fullest. You start looking at some of these advanced analytics capabilities that are increasingly coming onto the market. If we're not even capturing some of our memos, for instance, in a consistent fashion, in a consistent location, then some of those natural language processing technologies, as sophisticated as they may be, might struggle to really find insight and struggle to deliver value for folks. And so we encourage both corporate legal departments as well as law firms to be mindful of these three factors. And I'll say, Ron, from my perspective, having worked with corporate legal departments for as long as I have, there likely is a very real role for law firms to encourage the corporate legal environment to focus on these issues a little more carefully than they have.
Absolutely. And we look forward to taking your questions.
Hello, everyone. We're happy to take questions. I haven't seen any in the chat. But one of the things I'm going to make an observation, and I'm struck by the capability of technology, the hype we've seen over the last few years. And what strikes me, and I'm looking at another screen where I have the agenda today, and I think I'm heartened by the fact that we're not having breathy conversations about innovation and about AI, but more practically, how can we make it work? Because I was struck coming into legal departments that most legal departments are not as far ahead with technology as law firms. They just don't have the staff. Zach, I don't know if you want to comment on that.
No, I think you're right. And as much fantastic innovation as is out there these days, I think we heard it at the very first keynote from Jason, that there's a need to mobilize this kind of commitment to investment. There are all these human factors that come into play. And I heard that carry through some of the other presentations earlier today. It's not just about the technical side of the equation. We also have to make sure that we're finding the right problems, that we're sensitive to diverse perspectives on this side of the pond or others or in other markets. There are all kinds of issues that extend beyond just what the bits and bytes can do, if you will.
I'm going to choose, there are now several questions, and the one that I like is, it was from Monet. I'm sorry, what technology does it surprise you to see legal departments, law firms not using? So let me pose that to you.
I mean, I will say when I joined the Gartner, over 10 years ago, when we first were doing some of these technology benchmarking efforts, we found that only about a third of corporate law departments were using e-billing technology at that point. Fast forward to today, the number has gone up, but it's only at around 55% of major corporations, law departments using those e-billing technologies. You would think for as much spend as corporate law departments have with law firms that they would want better insight into what's going on with those invoices.
But that's been a big surprise. And the other one I'll mention, a perennial challenge for many legal departments, is contract management and transaction management solutions. All the volume of work that require, or at least that have drawn lawyers' involvement. We're still seeing only about 40 to 45% of corporate law departments use a CLM solution, when we know there's a significant amount of activity that could be offloaded or at least expedited through the use of those technologies.
And in whatever remaining time, another question from Victor is, do you find legal departments ready to hire law firms only for legal tech solutions, not pure legal services? My experience is no, although I've written Gartner research saying they should do that, and I'm planning to do more. But Zach?
Yeah, so it's interesting. We actually worked with Siemens Canada, who had, and I'm forgetting the law firm that they worked with, but they had worked with a firm to try to build out a more automated due diligence screening technology. And so they were using, I believe it might have been Kira, but I can't recall exactly which platform they were using to review some documentations related to due diligence. Huge potential there. There's increasing appetite, but you're still only talking about the most sophisticated law departments that are looking to firms in that way. Although there also is greater opportunity for firms to maybe more nimbly deliver some of those technology-driven services. And I'm thinking of a handful of firms that have partnered with some of these no-code and low-code automation providers to develop these kind of appified solutions. So huge potential that's there. And there seems to be some willingness emerging, but it's by no means the majority opinion at this point.
Great. Well, we're ready for the next set of 3 sessions, and Stephanie or team, you can start the video.
And Zach, maybe you could answer the questions in the chat, the additional questions.
Sounds good.
Hi, my name is Barbara Taylor, Chief Knowledge Officer for DLA Piper. With me here today is Elizabeth Capund, our Director of Knowledge Management. We are both so excited to talk to you about our low-tech solution for tech adoption. When DLA Piper launched its knowledge department, Elizabeth and I were given a blank sheet of paper. That gave us the opportunity and the runway for meaningful strategic development before our department was operationalized. There are 2 elements of our strategy that influence this initiative. The first is our brand mantra, helping lawyers practice smarter. We use that as our true north. The second element is our tailored approach, focused on specific business needs instead of a one-size-fits-all. 18 months into our journey, we realized that we, like many other firms and in-house departments, were struggling with tech adoption. We knew we had a best-in-class suite of tools, but we also knew that those tools were not being maximized. So we decided to try something different, and we looked to our strategy for inspiration. We asked ourselves, would an approach that focused on helping our lawyers practice smarter with a customized approach to meet their needs, would that make a difference? Before we answer that question, I'd like to ask Elizabeth to share what the approach was.
So we introduced our concierge services model for the rollout of a new transactional management tool this year called Litera Transact, which streamlines the signing and the closing process of deals. Our original approach was to use a corporate subgroup that was interested in the tool and have them use it in a pilot, but it became very clear by the second quarter that they just didn't have the bandwidth to either learn or use the tool. So as everybody knows, COVID disrupted a lot of our plans, including our hiring plans, and we had to really rethink our approach and be creative with our hiring and staffing. And ultimately, we had the opportunity to hire someone to actually provide concierge services, which meant that we were going to give our attorneys and paralegals the option to have someone use the tool for them until they were ready to engage in it themselves. And we got very lucky and found Brianna through a staffing agency. Before she joined us, she was at a law firm in a KM group for a transactional practice, and she has a background both in marketing, technology, training, and design. So even though she didn't know the Litera Transact tool, she learned it quickly, and then she was able to create quick tips and also training videos to help us prepare for the launch, all of which was done remotely.
Brianna really has been an amazing resource. Tell us about her role in our adoption strategy.
She actually plays a number of different roles, and to kick off our initiative and our rollout, we decided to have a targeted initiative by offering our attorneys the option to have somebody else create the closing sets to raise awareness and also to trigger interest in the tool. So we called August Clean Up Your Closing Sets Month. And during the month of August, Brianna ended up creating dozens of closing sets. It was also a good time because it's usually a little slower, and it helped us set up for September for the full launch in anticipation for the year-end closing rush. And then in September, we invited our transactional attorneys and paralegals to one of 4 demos over the course of 2 weeks to show them the full functionality of the tool. And we ended up with more than 200 participants. Brianna also hosted 2 longer trainings for our secretaries, and that again resulted in more than 200 participants. Since then, she has offered to create deal checklists and signature packets for our deal team so they can experience the tool in real time. And now she really answers questions and walks the deal teams through various options and use cases that fit their deal the best. But she also helps them with deals actively, and she troubleshoots any issues. And we were able to make the tool easily available on our intranet and knowledge platform. Plus, we sent email reminders to the users as well. And since that first week of demos, we had over 75 unique users access the tool, and deal teams had created 8 live deals. And obviously those numbers have gone up since then. So the main part of our adoption strategy has been to offer a dedicated person to allow attorneys to free up their own time and familiarize themselves with the functionality of the tool without a very big upfront time commitment. So Barbara, what do you think this approach has done, and how have our users reacted?
I think this approach has made a big difference, and we've got amazing feedback. Users have expressed an overarching sense of excitement. In fact, one associate was so excited that they chose some very colorful language to describe how they felt about the tool. It's also clear that we were able to help attorneys practice smarter. We had a number of users specifically note how much easier we had made the deal process. And finally, customized support really did make a difference. In fact, people have started to ask for a Brianna to help them with other tasks. She's actually become a DLA Piper brand. So Elizabeth, talk to us about what we've learned from all of this.
We've learned a lot, and it's all been positive. So we're calling these our pillars of success. But I will note that at the time of taping, we're about 4 months into the program. The 2 main pillars of success for the concierge services model are, first of all, to identify a dedicated person with relevant skills, particularly technology and training and a positive attitude. And second, to offer tailored support for the attorney's need at the different stages and for the different purposes that they need. But there are also some common pillars to highlight. It's important to create a rollout plan to show the value of the tool to the attorneys, which is why we started with the closing sets to help them clear off their desks. It's also important to have flexible demos and videos so they can fit it into their schedule as they learn about the functionality. And it's helpful to send ongoing communications to remind them of the tool and also the access points. And finally, it's important to offer some refresher options. And that's what we're doing now for January, which is typically a slower month as well. So thank you very much for the opportunity for us to introduce our concierge services model. And I will be happy to switch to the live Q&A for your questions.
Great. Thank you, Elizabeth. That was great. It looks like you may be on mute, so you may need to unmute yourself.
Yep.
Great. Welcome. Thank you. Great job. Nicely produced and great content. We do have multiple questions from the audience, so let me start. I'm just going to go in sequence. Is Brianna reaching out to teams, to lawyers and staff when a deal-related matter is opened, or do the deal teams reach out to her?
So far, it's mostly the latter, and frankly, that keeps her busy enough. But there are certain reports that we follow up on, or that she follows up on when she knows a deal has closed, to see if they need any closing set help. But it's mostly people reaching out to her so far.
That's good. So you generated the demand. And then that leads to the next question. It's both in sequence, and the natural question is, how do you scale Brianna?
Right. So I think she might be able to help with some additional transactional tools that we have in mind as well. But beyond that, we're actually looking at adoption of this concierge services model in other types of groups, for example, with our experience hub or expertise database, and using the people in that team to do something similar going down the line. So it's not just going to be her. We're also looking at our administrative population to see if we can find some legal assistants and or paralegals to help scale it on a bigger level. So there's a couple of different ways that we're trying to do more.
And this actually, it's great how the questions in the chat are sort of in the sequence. And there's a question from Christiane. Are you billing for her time, or is that part of an internal value add? The reason I say that falls in sequence, it would be easier for any firm, not just DLA, to get more Briannas if you're able to bill. But my guess is you're not.
So far, basically no. But at the same time, we've gotten some specific client requests actually in connection with a different type of tool. And for that, there was an actual request to get a billable rate for her. So I think that might change over time, but we do feel like things like closing sets and just deal process for now are something that we're offering our clients without billing.
And we don't want to create a barrier to using this service now. And so if we were trying to push the billable piece of that, I'm concerned that that could interfere with the traction that we've already gotten.
Right. And I think probably the last question before the poll, how do you wean lawyers off Brianna and do it themselves? So I think it's a fabulous question because over time you'd hope it wouldn't have as much need.
Yeah, it's a very good question. And we'll see how it develops because we're only 6 months in at this point and the trends have certainly been upwards. But we're seeing a combination of the two, and I suspect it'll stay a combination. There are some people, they're just sending over documents and just want to have her do it. There's others that have gotten much more engaged, and we actually have several power users right now, including somebody who was asking questions constantly and now is in there all the time by himself doing his own deals. So we've seen the range, and I suspect we'll continue to have a mix.
Yeah, I mean, I could almost see this like the early days of secretaries and lawyers eventually doing it on their own. Okay, everyone, if you could please participate in the poll, remembering that if you're not in a law firm, you should not vote. And I'm going to wait. I think Lucy or
I'm here. I'm waiting for the results to come through.
Okay, we're still waiting for the results to come in. Well, thank you. That was it's really heartening to see the uptake. So
okay, the results are in. Already deployed 20%, the 2022 project 13%, interested 57%, and not interested 10%.
Excellent. And we are ready for the next presentation.
Nicole Braddock. I'm the CEO of Theory and Principle. We're a design and development agency that serves the legal industry. And while we normally do custom development work, we're here to talk about a product that we're actually bringing to market in partnership with our friends at Simpson Thacher.
Hi, everyone. My name is Kay Kim. I'm the Director of Practice Innovation at Simpson Thacher. So happy to be presenting to you today at Skills. We have what we think is a really exciting product to share with you. Simpson Thacher was used to handling their pro bono matters a certain way. And it was probably very typical of the way many law firms and many of you all were handling pro bono representation. Fast forward to COVID, and you can imagine what happened. Everything resorted to email. Some folks didn't have email. They only had access to a phone. We were processing information that we were receiving from the applicants, sharing it with our clients who we were co-representing these clients. It was kind of death by email, hard to keep track of all the progress and status of each matter because, like many of you in your law firms, our pro bono team is handling a large number of cases on this front with a lot of attorneys involved. And we just knew that there needed to be a better way to handle this in this environment. And add to that, we were recognizing that, gosh, if we could go to a more virtual online experience, not only will it improve the experience of our attorneys, our clients, and the applicants, we could be representing folks who weren't in the New York area or the DC area where we have offices. There were less populated states that had great need for legal services, but there was a lack of pro bono programming in law firms out there to meet that demand.
From our perspective, we work with a lot of law firms, a lot of legal aid organizations, other legal industry players. And for us, the ability to co-develop with people who are going to be using the system is a dream for us. So we had the sort of unique benefit of working both with the pro bono team and the innovation team at Simpson Thacher, and both were equally dedicated to the product. So we got so much of their time and insight, and I'm so grateful to both teams. This is obviously a product that Simpson Thacher wanted to exist in the world. They want to use this product. No product like this exists right now, but a lot of law firms, they were wary, as are a lot of law firms, of the carrying costs and maintaining of custom software.
It was a very different type of situation than it might be with other legal tech. And so our arrangement is set up in that way. Our whole goal in pro bono is to share access with as many as possible. We also knew that we were okay not just keeping this just to Simpson Thacher.
Yeah, and for us, it's perfect, right? Because we benefited from the deep expertise of Simpson Thacher to build the right product to solve the right problems that other pro bono teams are facing, and now we can bring it to market. And then Simpson Thacher will keep benefiting from future iterations without the burden of maintenance of custom software. So.
Me and my desire always to change things up, always free of cost is what I request, and she always turns me down.
And everything's super easy,
everything's easy. It's gonna be really quick. Nicole, just be really quick. Just one little change. Yeah.
Okay, so it's demo time. As we've hinted at, Virtual Law Clinic, which is the name of the product that we're bringing to market, is designed to be the easiest way to manage multi-party pro bono clinics. As an administrator, you can easily create new matters, indicating the subject matter, which are options that you set, which legal service organization is referring the matter, and which clients you're partnering with. You can then add the details of the pro bono client and upload any documents you may have that are associated with the matter. You can then easily assign the matter to your firm's lawyers or client lawyers or any combination thereof. The referring legal services organization will always have access to the details of a matter. These will now appear in the assigned lawyers dashboards, which we'll show you in a little bit. They'll also receive email notifications. Speaking of attorneys, the admin will have control over which legal services organizations, client organizations, and individual users from those organizations will be allowed in the system. The admin can also create, edit, and delete whatever matter types they want, which includes defining which outcomes to collect to be able to review data about your firm's impact. As you see here, the admins can also add content, they can attach files, and they can provide links to resources and forums that will help the volunteer lawyers in their representation of their pro bono clients. These are forms that the various co-counsel can collaborate on in order to best serve the pro bono client. The volunteer lawyers will have an experience that will make them excited to do pro bono work. The dashboard begins with an easy access to all the training materials. They can then enter into the details of a matter, what you can see here, where they can see their co-counsel, add notes related to representation for their co-counsel to see. They can request documents directly from the clients. They can view and use the training materials and forms that the admin has created and tagged with the matter type. Here, matter type would be immigration. They can even report issues with the matter directly to the admin for action. And these are some of the more common issues that volunteer lawyers face when representing pro bono clients. They can obviously enter their own issue as well. The platform will encourage greater pro bono participation by taking all of the pain points out of the experience, including, importantly, putting all of the required documents at their fingertips. Now, the applicant has a very simple mobile-first experience that simply allows them to upload the files that have been requested of them from their lawyers. They can do this by taking a photo or uploading it from their desktop. We aimed for minimal burden on the part of the pro bono clients to make it as easy as possible for them to send the lawyers what they need in order to help. Critically, you can track your organization's impact based on the clinic type, so you can see at the end of the day all the great work the virtual law clinic is allowing your firm to do. We're very excited to be bringing this to market, and we hope that it will help you and your firms to better represent pro bono clients and increase access to justice everywhere.
Well, thanks everyone for hearing our story, and we look forward to chatting with you about it further.
And I forgot to mention that I was the award winner. I had the award-winning presentation last year. So
that's a lot of pressure.
Just want to throw that out.
Hey, Hey, Kay, Nicole, great to see you. Great job. Very exciting. I see there's already, for those of you who are not monitoring the chat, there's already been one Q&A, so I won't go there. Cindy there asks, is there an API so data about the matters could be pulled into a law firm experience tool?
I was just responding to that one. So all of the data is served to the front end via API. So it's a very simple matter to pull it into other platforms within the law firm. You just need to get IS's blessing.
Great. And one of the questions that I had was, if a lot of firms adopt this and you collect this data, I don't know whether you can merge it because I'm not sure I fully understand all the privilege issues. But if you're able to overcome that, do you think what would we learn from this data across firms?
Yeah, so that's I think the most exciting part about this is getting some data around outcomes. The installations on different firms, they're all going to be sort of single tenant and potentially sitting on their own infrastructure. So we won't be able to.
It's important to emphasize. Each one will be its own.
Yeah.
Not one combined platform.
But I think there is definitely opportunity to make requests to pull that data so that we can have the big picture of outcomes in the pro bono work by all the law firms.
Yeah. Do you think it would be helpful to identify where the needs are as well? Change in trends of needs? I guess the need is just so enormous all the time.
Yeah, I think the needs are known, and every legal aid organization will tell you immediately. Right now, obviously,
there are lines out the door already.
I think even as we were building this, Nicole, we just finished up the development of it, and what we set up as, well, we're anticipating this many clinics, but we already entered that conversation saying that we know there's probably going to be more than what we're anticipating in this initial round. So it really is, the possibilities are endless. Right now you saw a demo with one for conviction relief, and what was the other one? Was it for immigration? That was set up, but honestly, the use cases that our pro bono team has is pretty endless.
Yeah, and a question I also had that relates to the one in the chat about how you differ is, there are a lot of other tools out there. So do you have a marketing challenge as the poll is up, and please law firms participate in the poll? So is there a marketing challenge to get adoption of this?
Actually, no. I mean, this was a very client-driven request, and unlike other legal tech in law firms, at least, one of the things that I loved about starting, and I haven't been at Simpson for very long, but one of the things that I loved about starting with a pro bono tool is that you immediately eliminate some of the barriers. Oh, what about billable hours? Or is this going to replace the work that I do? Or all of that is gone. And so everyone is welcoming of this. It's literally just a platform that makes your life easier, that makes the experience with our clients easier. And there's only good that we could see from here.
Great, thanks. Lucy, you can share the poll results.
The results are up. So already deployed, 8%. No one has it as a 2022 project, but 65% are interested, so could go into 2023. Not interested, 27%.
And we are going to turn now to the next.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Josh Waddell. I'm the Innovation Officer at Cisco Successor PC, and I'm going to give a quick talk on automation for everything else, the topic of automation for everything else. I'm actually going to remove my face from the screen. Just wanted to give an introduction there so you can see me. And today with automation for everything else, what we're really talking about, or I guess a lot of times, you might say a gap between already existing systems in your firm. This is, I would say, more common coming from a background of working at mid-sized firms, law firms, to even consulting with smaller firms as well. You really don't have the resources or bandwidth to create a product from the ground up, right? Like just to hire a dev team to start from scratch, develop something that's completely customized. Even then, connecting, already existing systems, right? So you might have case management, document management, CRM, payroll, HR, billing, even all the telecom communications within a firm. it just gets very complex, right? And there are gaps. Or if you want to even think about it more specifically within your specific practice area, Successor, our firm is a full-service immigration law firm. So there are very niche immigration-specific processes that, of course, even the most specialized case management system are not going to be able to handle. So you end up with these subsystems, or what I call sub-processes. And these sub-processes are processes that are just not automated within a specific or any particular software that's being used internally. And you just end up with these gaps, and that's really the problem, right? Is there's just no automation for them. It doesn't necessarily have to be a piece of software, right? Like efficiency can come from a variety of forms, which I'm actually about to talk about. But that's ultimately the problem, and it's going to start more vague and get more specific as we go on. The way that our firm looked at finding a solution for this problem was really straightforward. We came up with this sort of roadmap, if you will, and it all starts with something not very software focused. It was just implementing checklists. When I started the firm, the founder, the partner who managed my position, oversaw my position, had me read the Checklist Manifesto, which is an older book, but it definitely changed the way I thought about how to drive efficiency. Instead of looking immediately towards a product to sort of save the day or fill the gap, so to speak, it was more about looking at these other industries as sort of leaders in driving efficiency and removing, things like human error. Think about the airline industry or the medical field or practice, where there's so many different guidelines and processes to follow for almost every step along the way. So taking that mindset of building out these checklists, and that's where my position started at the firm, was building out these checklists, and then getting to the point where what I call development pathway, which is sort of deciding, okay, is this something that really even needs software? Or if it does need software, do we want to, hire a dev team to build this from scratch because it is so customized for our firm? Or, maybe the off-the-shelf low-code, vendors out there aren't going to be suitable for it. Or deciding, we just need a prototype, or we need something, working quickly. So maybe one of these low-code providers is ideal for us, and then of course implementing it. So for us, when we considered this process, we looked at the low code options out there. Obviously, this is just a small selection of them, right? You probably know many others just thinking about this concept. We internally decided to use a product called Afterpattern. It just aligned well with what our current sort of needs were and sort of our future vision for what we wanted our products to become. So our specific use cases for these sort of gap processes, right, or specific processes internally that systems did not really encompass for us, and we thought still needed to be automated through a SaaS product or through a software, were what we call the Firm Hub and our Compliance Hub or platform. So with the Firm Hub, that's really just a variety of internal processes, right, that not, our firm has a specific way of doing them. We have a good process for it, and we wanted a system to be able to help us automate that. The compliance piece is more specific to immigration. With compliance, we're talking about immigration compliance and offering that service to our clients. A lot of customers and clients these days look to their immigration lawyers to help, either vet their compliance standards or even provide solutions for them to automate those, their immigration compliance. So I'll provide just a really quick tutorial of these for you, and then we'll open it up for questions. First of all, with the Firm Hub, this is an internal portal where employees can log in and create or start a process internally. So like I had mentioned, some of the different tools we provide are new matter requests, or one tool that we're about to add is the ability to sort of generate an engagement letter with a client, and then it automatically creates a new matter in our systems. And then for the immigration compliance component, we built out these, and this is all in Afterpattern. We built out this compliance hub where our clients can go in and monitor and manage their compliance, whether that be for this is called the public access file. It's a specific process for hiring employees on non-immigrant visas. You have to go through this entire process of creating documents, posting documents electronically. It's very complex and time sensitive. And then we built out additional sort of a la carte options as well, like one for the STEM OPT. And we've also built out a product and prototyping it for the I-9. So thank you for your time today, and I hope you enjoyed.
Great, thank you. Are you, Josh, there you are, okay. Great, so thank you, very interesting. You know, it's warms, to me, it's very interesting to see something about what some might call back office. And one of my questions is, how much data do you collect either now or in the past to prioritize, right? Because I mean, you're very different than the large law firms on this call, but you are a law firm and you have similar processes, but it's how do you inform that?
Right, so we're lucky enough to where our systems integrate with a backend database. For things like matters, internal admin tasks, we do keep a log, right? So we can kind of, obviously there's some reporting benefits to it. We can see, you know, really quickly, we can run some analytics on the types of matters that are being created, the efficiency at which they're being created. So we can sort of see when a request goes into the system and you know, how long it sort of takes to complete. Yeah, the back office things aren't as like, you know, in the high level, it's not as exciting, right? But there's so much efficiency there with like non-legal tasks, right? Things that lawyers are constantly having to do that are just not associated with, you know, their expertise.
So the whole checklist is powerful, and I don't know much about immigration law, but every time I've looked at it or had a conversation about it, it's very, very detail oriented. I assume checklists inform the practice as well.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. So that was like what I said. Someone had mentioned Greg Siskin. He's one of the partners at Siskin Sussor. He assigned me this book to read in my first like 2 weeks on the job when I first started, and that's really what informed my sort of decision-making process. And really, even before entering into a conversation about how to vet vendors, it's like, first you need to start with a conversation of like, what is our actual process around this? You know, sometimes we've adapted our right. So if there's already a system that's out there that maybe the process is slightly different, but it's essentially doing the same function. There are times when we've actually just changed our internal processes around software. I would say that's less common though. Like generally we like the way that we do things. Lawyers, you know, oftentimes like we like the way that we do things. We want our systems to adapt around that. But yeah, it's really, I would say for the small to medium-sized firms, the technology has almost in some ways leveled the playing field, right? Like we don't have to hire an entire development team to build a minimum viable product. Now we can, you know, in a few short weeks, build something to test, ready to test, and then make the decision whether we want to invest the resources.
Final question while folks are taking the polls, and again, law firm folks, please take the poll. Greg Lambert asked, are you pushing it or allowing any of your lawyers to use your no and low code tools so they can create processes directly so they're not dependent on you or your team?
Right. So we actually do. We have several lawyers internally. One example is our firm at the beginning of 2020 pursued immigration litigation very heavily. And we actually built out an entire sort of product around the litigation practice. And it was our attorneys sort of spearheading that venture. And it took, you know, obviously Greg is pretty savvy with a lot of these no-code products, but even some of our attorneys who had no experience were able to pick some of it up in just a matter of a few weeks, investing probably no more than, you know, 2 to 4 hours a week. You could actually, you know, build some tools pretty quickly. It's pretty amazing.
Yeah, great, thanks. And before I turn it back to Lucy for the results, shout out to Greg Siskin, who, as far as I know, is the first lawyer. He's certainly the first lawyer I know who was on the web back in the 90s. Lucy.
Thanks, Ron. So already deployed 10%, a project for 2022, 6%, interested 59%, and not interested 25%.
And we are, I believe, we should be going to our break now and then go into the breakout rooms. We can make up some time there if we're running behind, and at 3:05, take a break, and then come back to the evolution of data and AI and legal with Brian Kuhn at 3:15. So Stephanie will push everyone into breakouts. See everyone in a bit.
Yours.
Thank you very much. It's hard to follow that act, but we will do our best. Thank you all. We're now at the final stretch of today's very packed conference, and we're going to leave you today with some intriguing things from the legal tech front, and also some very practical applications. But we'll start first with Brian Kuhn from Baker McKenzie's machine learning practice, who's going to talk to us about the evolution of data and AI in legal. Brian, it's yours.
Hello, everyone, and thanks for your time today. My name's Brian Kuhn, and I co-lead the Baker McKenzie machine learning practice, which I'll describe briefly to you in a moment. Today, we're going to talk about identifying viable data and machine learning use cases. And along the way, I'll share a bit about our practice. Then we'll discuss what machine learning is and how to increase your odds of success with it in largely non-technical terms. First, I'd like to share our point of view and a little bit about us for context. Our clients operate in a business environment that demands fast, data-driven decision-making. The legal and business decisions they face are more complex than they were 2 years ago because global markets have become faster, more interconnected, most of all more uncertain. Now, among all currently available technologies, AI, and particularly the machine learning subfield of AI, has the greatest potential to reduce uncertainty and enhance decision-making at scale due to its speed, its quantitative capabilities, and its capacity for continuous improvement. And although machine learning already forms part of the practice and business of law today, we and others in the legal industry have tended to deploy it in the context of point solutions that focus on optimizing existing processes like contract analytics or due diligence, e-discovery. We believe that the true opportunity for our firm and for the legal industry is to evolve beyond the constraints of machine learning as applied by point solutions to a broader and much more strategically capable area focused on enhancing legal reasoning. In our case, that means a capability that fuses the collective legal expertise and historical data of Baker McKenzie with the speed and scale of machine learning in order to facilitate data-driven decision-making in context. We call this approach machine learning-enabled legal judgment. Before jumping into some of the considerations involved in identifying viable machine learning use cases, let me very briefly tell you who we are. The Baker McKenzie machine learning practice, which I co-lead with my co-founder Danielle Benecke, develops machine learning capabilities that augment the professional services our lawyers already provide. We are not a software development shop, and we're not building products. The product, so to speak, is what it's always been, our practitioner services, but supported by machine learning models that enable enhanced decision-making, for example, due to the ability to identify patterns in large amounts of data. We focus on serving three verticals: our clients, our internal professionals, and initiatives that make a positive social impact. In terms of the why, well, from a machine learning perspective, we believe that we have a unique opportunity to add value. Machine learning depends on access to good data and access to subject matter experts who can help point out what to look for in that data. Baker McKenzie has access to a massive amount of historical data. We have a global platform of expert practitioners, and we have a broad network of client relationships. And finally, in terms of the how, well, in addition to hiring our own data science experts, we have an exclusive relationship with Spark Beyond, a machine learning company that developed a platform for creating machine learning models. Spark Beyond is essentially a collection of machine learning building blocks that can be assembled in a variety of different ways to solve different problems. Okay, I want to start with a brief explanation of what machine learning is for context. Essentially, machine learning is about making predictions. At its most basic, it's the practice of teaching a computer to analyze data, learn from it, and then use what it learned to make predictions about data that it hasn't seen before. So, instead of programming a computer with specific rules to accomplish a task, the machine is trained using large amounts of data that give it the ability to learn how to perform the task. Feature engineering sounds technical, but I promise you I'm not going to get into the weeds. Feature engineering goes to the heart of producing actionable insights. It's the linchpin of the business success of a machine learning capability as much as it is the technical success. and it's something I passionately advise anyone interested in machine learning to take note of. In order to train a machine learning model, you need to choose a set of features, in other words, descriptive characteristics that represent your data. Ultimately, doing well in machine learning always comes back to representation problems, or how well can you identify the fundamental characteristics of the thing that you want to predict. So by way of a simple example, suppose we want to predict what type of fruit something is. As you can see on this slide, the features we've chosen are weight and color. The process of feature engineering involves asking the following question: what is the very best representation of your data to teach a system to understand your business problem? And that's hard. Also, it's a challenge that's not as much technical as it is an art. Data scientists are generally unable to address this without help. What you need, especially when you're trying to predict complex outputs like legal risk, for instance, is a deep level of contextual understanding of the sort that only comes from legal subject matter experts. Now, I see this challenge play out all the time with organizations that are trying to build their own machine learning capabilities, and even with some established machine learning product companies. They either use subject matter experts but don't use them enough, relying too heavily on data scientists to understand legal concepts, or the experts they have access to are generalists who may not have on-point legal knowledge about everything that a model is meant to predict. Someone training a legal-oriented model without support from deep legal subject matter experts would be like choosing to classify fruit based on seed count or ripeness, which provide no distinguishing characteristics about fruit type. And this happens all the time in the product world because companies face legitimate challenges gaining access to on-point legal experts. It's also one of the reasons we think our practice has an opportunity to provide value beyond products by leveraging our global platform of experts to provide their legal judgment about how to successfully represent the right features. The takeaway here is that feature engineering is more art than science, and unless you do it well, the risk is that you'll miss the forest for the trees. Machine learning algorithms learn a solution to a problem from sample data. So you need to have a data set with clear examples of what you want to predict that contain pairs of inputs and outputs. In other words, given the two inputs in our fruit example, which were color and weight, I'm then training a model to learn what the expected output label is in each case. So an orange, an apple, or a banana is the predicted output. The machine learning model will then use this data to predict future unseen inputs and predict if anything is one of our three fruit types. How much training data do you need? It depends on the business problem, but the rule of thumb is between 5,000 and 10,000 examples. So you see here in the picture a cloud with I1, O1. That means input 1, or fruit 1, with all the features that represent it, and output 1, which is the type of fruit that it is. And you're supervising the learning of what the relationship is between input and output by providing examples. And this is what machine learning does, especially supervised machine learning, which is by far and away the dominant approach to machine learning. It creates a model which embeds this learned relationship between inputs and outputs. It isn't news that the biggest challenge associated with machine learning is finding enough data about the features you've identified to train a model. Issues associated with data quality are also well known. I won't discuss either of these topics, but if I can leave you with 3 insights that highlight areas where I've seen people consistently face data challenges, it's these. Know your problem. Be able to clearly understand and articulate the business objectives you want to achieve with your machine learning model before you focus on the data. For example, if you determine that you want to predict which clients are likely to churn, you can then work with a data scientist and better translate that goal into what data might be useful and what machine learning modeling approaches might be applicable. And your data must also be representative. In other words, does it correctly represent what you will be trying to predict in the real world? So if you want to predict successful lateral hire candidates, you need a history of lateral hires. And finally, your data must be consistent. Consistency refers to the uniformity of all the data you've collected, which is most likely going to come from across multiple databases within your organization. The same data values stored in different locations should not conflict with one another. Otherwise, you're going to get flawed predictions or spend a long time cleaning your data. Creating a rinse and repeat methodology for identifying, testing, building, and running live machine learning use cases is critical. Organizations within the legal industry, but more extensively organizations outside the legal industry, have spent years learning how to get machine learning right. And the early years were filled with expensive lessons learned. In other words, machine learning isn't new. There's no reason to reinvent the wheel and incur the risk of expensive mistakes. Good pathways have been laid down by others. I'd like to summarize one or two key points about each of the phases that you see here. So define business objectives. This phase begins with the art of the possible, a free-form exploration of use case ideas, which you will eventually rank and prioritize based on the potential value they can deliver and the technical feasibility involved in creating them. Three things are particularly important in this phase. First, that you specify your business goal. Is it to help clients improve their motion strategy? Is it to help you improve your own internal diversity and inclusion efforts? Second, define what you want to predict. So, in the motion example, predicting the success of a motion. And third, critically, define measurable success criteria for your use case that allows you to analyze the business improvement generated by the use case as compared to the value being delivered for the same thing today. Collect and explore data. This is where you will wrangle relevant data from your various systems and make sure that it's inclusive of the sort of thing you want to predict so your model is well trained. And this is where you'll also do the feature engineering that we discussed earlier with the help of your subject matter experts. Model data. So here you're selecting the best features out of the universe of potential features that you've identified, building candidate machine learning models and evaluating them to determine your best approach. This phase is often combined with prototyping. So prototyping and pilot. In the prototyping phase, you're using historical data, not live data, to test your model's predictive accuracy. The reason you're using historical data is because, well, imagine you were building a use case that focused on M&A. You don't want to have to wait a year for the deal to close before you know whether or not your model works. Conversely, a pilot, which follows on the heels of a prototype, does use live data, and it's something you do to test the efficacy of a model if you intend to use it live with clients or with internal users, for instance. Interpret and communicate. So you'll repeat the steps in the interpret and communicate phase for your prototype and pilot. But the idea here is that you're explaining the results or output of your model to business people, so lawyers and client stakeholders. You're explaining the why behind the what in plain English so that people understand you haven't built a black box. Run, document, and maintain. Finally, you go live with your model and you run it as a service. And this means that you can expand upon your pilot and use it live on new incoming data and deliver your machine learning service to multiple clients. And you'll want to monitor the health of your model so that its predictive accuracy improves as it sees and learns from new incoming data. Okay, before you move to go live with the prioritized machine learning use case, there's one last thing you need to do. Double check your assumptions, both from a business and a technical perspective. Make sure you fully understand the characteristics driving the value of the use case that you've chosen, so level of predictive accuracy, scale, and ongoing model maintenance requirements. Do you really have the data? What red flags does your use case have? Regulatory, ethical, risk, and transparency? And are you sure you can address them? Thanks for your time today. I appreciate the opportunity to share these thoughts with you, and I hope you found them useful.
There you are. Thank you, Brian. That was a ton of information in a short bit of time. I was so intrigued by the notion of a machine learning practice at Baker McKenzie and had questions, and I'm sure others do as well. Let's start with something relatively simple. How are you, I may live to regret that, how are you re-engineering lawyer workflow to integrate the machine learning enabled legal reasoning in the work they do?
We're not necessarily re-engineering legal workflow. I mean, the first step is to rank and prioritize viable use cases. So the first thing that we did was identify a methodology for identifying what to do that was defensible and objective, so that we could, so that politically we could say within the firm, this is what we're doing and why we're doing this versus that. And these are the criteria we use to evaluate feasibility, doability of this particular use case. From a market potential perspective, from a technical perspective, and from a adoption perspective. So when it comes to workflow, one of the ranking criteria we're looking at that we use to evaluate a score for a use case is what is the demand in terms of change that this use case is going to require on a legal practitioner. And to begin with, when we're serving our clients with these use cases, they are not the direct users. Our lawyers are the users who are consuming the insights and communicating them to the client. So part of the how of that, maybe to answer your question more specifically, is really using design thinking methodologies So we actually, Baker McKenzie, when I joined, I was thrilled to learn they have a very sophisticated service design practice and capability. So we're slightly adding to that from a technology perspective, and they participate with us in scoping sessions, so that when we prototype use cases, we can test are these insights that people want to consume, and are they consuming them in a way that that is easy and convenient to them and is not asking them to open yet another screen. So we have a test mechanism. Yeah.
Thank you. So with this test mechanism in place, what types of business problems or use cases are you planning to focus on first?
Right. So we can't talk about the client-specific use cases, but as I mentioned in the presentation, there are 3 areas of focus: the social impact, client-focused use cases, and then internal use cases. So in terms of internal use cases, one of the first projects that we took on was to look at client attractiveness. In other words, could we predict which clients to work with based on revenue and profitability? And that's what we wanted to predict. We wanted to predict future profitability, and we wanted to predict revenue growth. And we looked at our install base of clients over a certain period of time. We looked at matter data and a lot of subtypes of matter data, as well as third-party financial data about these clients. And we built a model that performed very well using the Spark Beyond platform to identify targets in abundance versus what we were able to do before. Another project that we went live with was called Project Liberty. And that was something that we presented at the Global Initiative on Justice for Children. It looked at child detention and the non-obvious consequences of child detention on the child, on society, on the family. And one of the things we were able to do there, for example, was to identify links between consequences we know that are related, like detention affects self-actualization. So we use Maslow's hierarchy as a benchmark, self-actualization being one of the Maslow needs. And that affects ultimately education and employment, not surprising, but also less obvious connected consequences, such as a propensity for certain medical conditions. And to do that, we scraped 430 billion web pages and used natural language processing and other, and various data science techniques and statistical techniques to create those models and show the linkages between them.
Thank you. Those are 2 wonderfully contrasting examples. I wish we could talk more. You'll see more questions in the chat, Brian, and I hope you'll have a chance to respond to them because there's some good ones there. So thanks again, Brian. And now we move on to our last Shark TED Talk Tank sessions. And these ones, as I said earlier, have got some very practical applications. First up from Catton, Matthew Dunn and colleagues talking about how they've derived some sense out of their time cards. And then we'll go to Fisher Phillips and Case Text for seeing good uses of NLP. And finally to Ogletree Deakins for some broadening of their client solutions. But first, Matthew.
My name is Matthew Dunn. I am the Innovation and Data Science Manager at Catton. Today we are going to show you how we use natural language processing on different sets of time entries to gain insights into how we are allocating staffing resources and into how we might create fixed fee pricing for depositions. Here is our agenda. We will cover opportunities, challenges, and real-world applications, then go into detail as to how we completed each use case as well as lessons learned. On the right, you will see which members of our team will discuss each part of this presentation. We should first discuss why we did what we did. Law firms have an abundance of time entry data. Getting insight from this data, particularly the unstructured text of actual time entries, can be difficult. We were able to do this and so gained insight into how members of our due diligence team are spending their time, which is useful for staffing purposes. We were also able to establish the hours spent on individual depositions for a particular client. This is useful for budgeting and pricing purposes. What makes this data so challenging is that phase and task codes are often missing entirely, especially for transactional work. When they are used, it can be tough to make consistent and quality entries. Here is a high-level overview of the use cases we will be diving into. In the first, we developed a method to label time entries for our real estate team as being for due diligence, closing, or something else. Then we aggregated that data based on timekeeper level to see if the group as a whole was properly staffing. In the second, we looked at time entries for a specific litigation practice group to see if we could calculate hours billed for each individual deposition. And now, to cover the first use case in more detail, I will hand it off to Josh.
Thanks, Matt. In this slide, I'll be going through our step-by-step process for how we performed our analysis in our first use case. We started off by pulling data from our time entry tool, Clocktimizer. This tool also contains activity tags and narratives with each entry. We use these tags and narratives to develop a method of classifying each entry as due diligence, closing, or other. Next, we met with a subject matter expert to get more context and meaning on the time entry data. For example, there were specific time entries that contained both due diligence and closing in the narrative. With the help of our subject matter expert, we knew these entries should be classified as closing. Once we obtained a clean data set, we aggregated and created subsets based off of different variables such as timekeeper level, client matter, person, and area of law. On this slide, we have a visual of how often certain activity tags appeared with due diligence. Along the x-axis, we have the different tags, and on the y-axis, we have the total counts for how many times each tag appeared alongside the due diligence tag. As you can see in the chart, specific tags such as term sheets and survey appear much more frequently than, say, brief or mortgage. With this information, we were able to develop a new list of tags that we could classify as synonymous to the due diligence tag. Here is an example of a subset created by aggregating by timekeeper level. These findings are close to what we expected. For example, we expected paralegals to be much more involved in due diligence compared to associates. And this is evident within our subset, as shown by the paralegals having triple the hours spent in due diligence compared to the associates. Next, Sheridan will go into more detail about our budgeting use case.
Thanks, Josh. For the deposition use case, we began by identifying all hours spent on deposition work. There were two main ways we identified deposition hours, which you can see examples of here. We first gathered all time entries where the phase code was deposition. Then we added any remaining time entries with a different phase code, but the narrative contained the word deposition. We checked to see if there were any other depositions this method wasn't capturing, but there were very few. Once we had that data, we were able to uncover patterns in the text of the narrative that identified who the deponent was. Based on our time entry protocols, attorneys write names using the first initial period last name format, which made it easy to identify individuals' names. Very few don't follow this format, and because we were trying to get an average, we were not overly concerned with any outliers. We then made a list of names that appeared within one word of the term deposition, and then excluded all known Catton attorney names to arrive at a list of deponents. From there, we were able to match the deposition hours that we had identified in step 1 to individual deponents and created a distribution of the total hours spent per deponent. Along the x-axis, we have each deponent's name, and the y-axis provides the total number of deposition hours attributed to that deponent. And now, Kristen will discuss some of our results and lessons learned.
Thanks, Sheridan. From the two use cases, we were able to derive some useful insights in terms of results and lessons learned. First, the due diligence team time entry data helped us gain insight on how the team is allocating their time and resources. And once your data has been cleaned and organized appropriately, there are countless other insights to be gained based on the granularity and stratification of your analysis. For example, here we analyze the data at a group level and still have the ability to do so at an individual level. Additionally, we learned that it's feasible to develop a method for classifying time entry data into different categories, which in this case were due diligence, closing, and other. In our second use case focusing on budgeting for depositions, we were able to gain a better overall understanding of the structure of the time entry narratives, as well as develop a distribution of the amount of time spent per deponent. We learned that results can and most likely will depend on the level of detail and overall quality of the time entries. Further, the nature of the work doesn't always translate precisely into neat, clean categories. Finally, our key takeaways. First, use your data. Given that time entry data has already been collected and that we found it can serve several purposes and provide useful information for your practice, you should use this existing data to your advantage. And last, though seemingly less sophisticated, simple natural language processing can be more practical and more insightful than machine learning. If you'd like to hear more about the processes we used in deriving our data and insights, please feel free to ask during the Q&A. Thanks.
Thanks very much. And there's Matt. Hello. Thank you for this presentation. I have to confess that I used to think of parsing time record data like dumpster diving. So thank you for providing us with a more elevated path. My question for you is, what happens next? So for example, with the due diligence staffing, are you planning to change the way you staff? Are you planning to train your paralegals so they spend less time on matters? How does this translate into action?
I think the way that we're going to use it is as a proof of concept, where we can go to pretty much any practice group in the firm and say, hey, we can do this. What are you interested in? So just because it might not translate into actual specific action for the real estate due diligence group, because like all of these things, it's more about the economics of it than the tech. And you might find out exactly what you thought was happening is actually happening. That being said, you've done the work, just use it in other places.
Got it. Got it. And so how did you end up choosing these particular use cases for your proof of concept?
One we kind of knew that we should look at, that would be in the real estate due diligence one. And the other one we just kind of made up. We thought it'd be a very good example of something where the underlying information would be there. And again, once you crack it, once you show the concept across not all, but most litigation practice groups, they're going to be interested in that data point if they can get it.
Right, right. So what's on your hit list? Oh, our poll's coming up, so please do take the poll. But while you're taking it, I'm just going to ask Matt, what's on your hit list of next projects to tackle?
On this one, I think what we're most excited about is marrying up this time entry data with other data that we might have surrounding either burnout or diversity, equity, and inclusion. It's one thing to say you're doing one thing, but it's another thing to actually show it and test it out in the data. I think that's where we'll focus next.
Great, and then please sell it to all the other firms. Oh, and here are the results. I can see them. How interesting. 10% have deployed this already. 10% have this as a 2022 project. 63% are interested and 17% are not interested. Okay, thank you very much. We will move to the next video. Thank you, Matt. And now from Fisher Phillips and Casetext, Evan Schenkman and Pablo Arredondo.
Hey everyone, I'm Evan Schenkman, Chief Knowledge and Innovation Officer at Fisher Phillips.
And I'm Pablo Arredondo, Co-founder and Chief Product Officer at Casetext.
And today we're going to talk to you all about my firm's experience with setting up artificial neural networks using Casetext's research. So the problem we are trying to solve is that traditional keyword search and Boolean search is clunky. Human beings say things in a whole bunch of different ways, even though they're talking about the same concept. We use different words, we use different phrases, we use terms of art, and traditional search has a hard time finding exactly what you're looking for because it can't search by context. So Casetext sort of cracked this code about a year ago with something they called parallel search that they baked into Casetext Compose and then rolled it onto their other Casetext research platforms. And we thought it was great. Our attorneys loved it. They were able to find concepts that we're looking for in case law. And that made us all sort of think, what else could we do with this technology? We wanted to use the technology not just for case law, but also to look at our own internal documents, banks of documents that we thought would be great if we could conceptually search through them. But it wasn't available yet. And that's where Pablo comes in.
So what we did was, at first we were getting one-off requests from our clients to try pointing these transformer-based neural nets, as they're called, to specific projects, e-discovery projects, expert reports, FOIA productions. And what we realized was we needed to create a generalizable one that made it, and forgive the sloganing, as easy for folks to spin up a neural net as it is for them to grab a yellow legal pad from their desk drawer. And because our first use case had been the common law with millions and millions of documents, we were well positioned to be able to create something that was performant, that scaled, and that worked well. And so what we did is we basically put the simplest UI we could imagine, which is just a drag and drop box where you could just drag your documents in, and also created an API on the back end for larger projects. And essentially, we made it so that anything that our clients want to point this powerful search technology at, they could, and that it could happen without the need for them to do any training. All they need to do is say, these are the documents I want to have this search over. And within minutes to hours, depending on the size of the corpus, they had it.
Great. So a few weeks ago, we learned that Casetext was looking for firms to beta test this technology. We certainly jumped on board. It was something we've been looking for some time now. And I'm happy to report sort of the lesson learned is that this actually works. It is something that that does help you use conceptual searching on your own documents. And it was also very quick. So over about a weekend after we decided to take the plunge and try this out as a beta tester, we spun up a few artificial neural networks to see how it worked. And I'm happy to show you what they look like now. Let me share my screen. All right. So this first one here, of course, these are redacted screenshots. But the first one was something where we put in a whole bunch of deposition outlines, deposition transcripts. This is a case that had dozens and dozens of DEP transcripts, and we threw them all into research and then searched for the concept. I was really upset. Something that obviously you could say in a whole bunch of different ways. And what it did was it found phrases like, and you could see, I feel terrible, it's horrible, it caused me a great deal of pain and anxiety. I did not like it one bit. It was an uncomfortable feeling, and so on. Certainly got exactly the sort of thing we were looking for. We then spun up another one, and this one was a client-facing one. We had a number of clients who asked us to put together databases of their own documents to help them manage them, and one of them was a database of agreements, bargaining agreements, and so on. So we put those agreements into research. We actually can now make them available to the client via our FP Collab extranets. And in that database, we now search things like employees will not be exposed to hazardous materials. When you do that, you can see how well it did. It came up with clauses about OSHA, clauses about being exposed to imminent danger conditions and unsafe conditions. It knew what we were looking for, even though those terms didn't appear necessarily in the phrases that it found. One more example I'll show you. We asked it to find clauses about filing deadlines for grievances. And you can see it did the job really easily. The middle one is a nice one to point out because it hardly has any of the words we looked for in our search string, yet it still found exactly what we were looking for right on point. So we're working now with Casetext to make this even better, to tweak the user interface a little bit, to add some more functionality. But and we've also just scratched the surface of our use cases, but we're thrilled with how well it works so far. Took us about a week and a half to already be up and running and be able to show our clients and give our clients access to search their databases. Been a big win so far. And Pablo, over to you.
All right. Nothing left for me to say except that we're thrilled to work with Fisher Phillips and with our client firms to bring this very powerful search to bear on so many different use cases where we think there could be value. And thank you so much for having us at this conference. And we're happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you, Evan and Pablo. There's Evan. Wonderful. I'm not sure if Pablo's joining us, but oh, there he is. Hello. And let me start by saying you two were our models for getting your video in promptly and coming in under the 6-minute time limit. So thank you both for a very crisp and informative presentation. Wow, wonderful stuff. Has it made all your other search engines look pretty shabby and out of date?
It certainly, I wouldn't say shabby and out of date, but it certainly is a really superior experience. It's there still are some needs for traditional Boolean searching, which by the way, research does allow you to do. But man, if you're trying to search for concepts, I haven't seen anything as cool as this ever before.
That's amazing. And Pablo, have you seen this used across a wider range of use cases now?
Yeah, absolutely. So Evan showed 3 of the use cases. At this point, we took a select group of our clients and did an early beta. And truth is, every week there's a new use case that we're hearing about where it's working. FOIA requests, litigation records, contracts. It's just a really wonderful thing to see. law is a castle built of language. And so when you have something that is a fundamentally a better way to encode language, it's amazing to see it just sort of bring value across so many different areas.
Yeah, and just one more example that we just tried out, I think last week, we threw a very, very large PST file in here of one of our attorneys who had a huge collection of emails that they've been saving over the years, that the sort of gold mine stuff from a CAM perspective that attorneys would never save that to the DMS. They would never make that available necessarily, responses to PTIs and so on, that, but for the ability to search it, you wouldn't be able to get to it. So he's like, hey, I have these emails, you want to try it? So we threw the PST file on there and we were able to search through those emails now and try to find people with experience in a data set that we would have never had access to. Granted, we're not going to get access to all of our attorneys' emails because we probably could also search there for his personal emails or whatever, but he's like, hey, I trust you, try it out. And it's just a use case, but it's a use case that also worked. And we were happy to see it work as well as it did.
Thank you. Could you imagine putting this over your DMS?
I hope so. Pablo?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. It's built to scale and to be true end-to-end scaling. One thing to be wary of is sort of sleight of hands where they'll first run a keyword search and then just take the 1,000 that are left and rank those with concept. But of course, you've already given away the store. At that point, you're still at the mercy of whatever keyword you chose. Absolutely could be put over the DMS. I think there's also a lot of advantages sometimes to letting people create engines for themselves that don't include every document ever created in the history of the law firm and the firms that the firm may have merged with and or acquired. So I think one of the things that it's an interesting balance is both letting it be global, but also letting practice groups create one of all their briefs and things like that, where there's something to be said for having it be isolated so that they can only see the stuff that they know they most care about.
Thank you both so very much. The poll results are up. Only 6% have deployed this already, and 8% have it as a 2022 project. But here's the kicker. 85% are interested, which means that you've done a superb job today. And 2% say they're not interested. And you may want to talk to those folks and find out what they've got that's better. But thank you both so very much. This was truly helpful. And we will move from this to our final presentation of the day from Ogletree Deakins. We have Susan Summers and Max Peterson of Neota.
Hi, I'm Susan.
Hey, I'm Max.
And we're going to be talking today about how do you create a standard application from a custom one. So I'll be talking about the firm perspective.
Yeah, and I'll jump in about the technical side and execution.
Oh, great. Okay, so how do you create a standard application from a custom one? Well, I'm going to have to tell you the bad news, you don't. Well, at least not completely. And assuming you've already validated your need to build a standard solution, you actually need to start somewhere near the beginning. And so let me take you back to the beginning. So we've built with Neota Logic a fantastic handbook tool that we collaborated with Neota and collaborated with our client. It covers all the states, and the client has locations in almost every state. And we were able to realize the efficiency and the benefit and the cost savings with the client. It was a tool that's delivered through our client portal that they access. We've got great usage, and so much so that we were able to take this tool that we built for the United States and build it for other countries like Canada. And that has been great success. But let's get back to the problem we're talking about. How do you take this big bespoke tool and make it more of a standard tool? As I said, not all is lost. So I'm going to give you 2 points that I think are important to consider. And there are things that can be done in parallel when you're considering how do you move into something that's more kind of commercial grade or standard. So the first one I think is the strategic and business case. So ask the big questions. Who are we building this for? Are we building this just for our clients, or is it going to be available to everybody with a credit card? That really will impact what you build and how you build it. Another question to ask is, how do we want to position this tool in the market? Do we want to be the market leader, or is this something that's table stakes for the firm that we need to build? Because that, again, impacts what you do.
And then a third question to ask is, well, how do we want to launch? But do we want to go big and build kind of the best thing we could build, or do we want to start with building an MVP, a minimal viable product? So those are those big kind of chunky business questions to ask. And the second level kind of questions you can do in parallel is start back at the beginning. Look at the process. Look at the way that you built the first one. And this is actually what we did. We went back and we looked at all the diagrams and the requirements, and we started hacking away the things that were relevant for the client, but wouldn't be relevant for kind of the general public. And we reconnected different pieces. And so being able to go back and look at it from that perspective really helped not only understand what we wanted to build and how simple or complex we needed to make it, but it also helped drive some of our technical requirements. And so I'll pass it over to you, Max, to talk about that piece.
100%. And you know what? I think the parallel between a lot of the stuff the business is thinking about, and then when it comes time to execute, if you move those things at the same time, there's a lot of mutually beneficial pieces. So when it came time to actually execute on the more generic version and think about it, you know, as much of the flow charts and papers and idea maps that we could get our hands on were super helpful, because those are the types of things that got those key concepts that would be useful to a more generic audience rather than just the bespoke client, are the ones that we were able then to take in and build on. And furthermore, once we had a good idea of the scope of what we're looking to tackle, we tried to build modularly in order to benefit from things that we built before. So consolidation being key here, so that we can build in the most streamlined and fastest way possible. Similarly, when it came time to execute in some of the technical pieces, having thought through the business case of how it would be released. Is it going to a client portal? Is it going to be on an intranet? Is it open to the public? These are all things that really tie into the technical solution. So if they're thought about ahead of time, when it comes to execute, it's going to be a lot more streamlined for us to build that in, and we understand the process from beginning to end. So that is a hugely important piece, because the way it's going to be deployed almost speaks to the entire access point to the product itself. Similarly, what happens when it's out in the world? I think when we're working with legal services, you know, you have a file, you continue the file on, file gets closed. Okay, let's go on to the next thing. But when you're productizing a more generic version of something like we're talking about here, you know, keeping it evergreen, maintaining it forever, those are concepts that you have to think about at the beginning. So what we found here is documentation is key, is that if the documentation is really thorough and approachable, so using things like videos or a lot of diagrams, then the subject matter experts or the people on the law side who are directly interacting with the client are going to get to know the product a lot better and be able to service the product a lot better. And that's key to keep the bridge between the technical side and the business side, because they don't always want to be coming back to the technical side. So having key documentation is one of the best things that we can suggest. And finally, how do you know that it's been a success, and how do you know that you can make it better? Well, that's about metrics. So in the first sort of bespoke version, I think there was always, you keep the blinders on, you want to get this out to the client, you want the client to be happy, you want all of the features to get in there. But when you're looking at a more generic version, metrics are going to be your best friend, because that's going to tell you how people are moving through the product, how they're using it at different points, and it's going to tell you whether it's been a success or not. So by default, collect all the data. Even if you don't need it, maybe later on you might need it. But if you don't collect it right off the bat, it's going to be hard to go back and collect that later on. So these are some of the tips that we wanted to share with you over this quick 6 minutes. I know there's an opportunity for a Q&A. So we look forward to any questions. And there's obviously a lot more lessons learned here, but we think these are the top tips that we wanted to share.
Thank you so much, Susan and Max. I love the practicality of this. And I did have a couple of questions for you. First of all, now that you know that you can get more juice out of your bespoke tools, are you doing bespoke work differently with an eye to the generic one later on?
That's a great question. And I would have to say, Yes, because we're taking a hard look and partnering with our vendors to understand kind of what's in the pipeline so that we stay on top of how we can continue to build together. And so it has changed, like with any project, you know, you can look back, hindsight, how we continue to move forward and build tools for our clients.
Thank you. Thank you. Oh, go ahead, Max.
Sorry, I was just going to add that when we're starting new projects with a number of our customers, you know, it often comes up about what the value proposition of anything would be. And now more than ever, people are asking about more longer term values, specifically about ROI attached to dollar amounts. And that's when the conversation comes in that, you know, often a generic version, a more public version, a more accessible version is usually part of that conversation as well.
That's great. So you can bake it in from the get-go rather than having to reverse engineer it later. In order to do all these wonderful things, what kind of staffing do you need?
I was just getting a call from my daughter. Can you repeat the question?
No worries. I was saying, in order to do this, what kind of staffing do you need?
Right. That's such a great question because building and operating, you know, can require two different skills. And so it really requires thinking more of a product management mindset. Where you don't have to build the whole big piece, right? You can start with that smaller piece and build a backlog and iterate. So it's not just a one and done, it's a complete kind of nourishing along the way.
And in terms of your own team, are you hiring specific sorts of people or have you already hired them?
Yes. We've hired folks with different backgrounds. We have some young folks who are 5 years out of college who have systems backgrounds and understand process, you know, have a really good understanding of how to work in Jira, for example, writing user stories and backlog. And we also have hired from consulting outside of legal to bring that kind of consultative question asking perspective that also brings the skills of kind of really driving toward completing things and building products and solutions. So I think I've heard folks talk about that, like a hybrid business analyst. And so we definitely have business analysts on our team and also kind of solutions analysts. I would say the solutions architect, whether it's on your team or in IT, is a really critical component because you want to make sure, even if it's a client-facing tool, you're lining up with security and lining up with the technology strategy of the firm.
That makes sense. We're about to get the poll up, and here it is. But while people are filling out the poll, how do you think about pricing for this? Do you, charge a client what you're going to charge the client and then give them a rebate once you genericize it? What are you doing?
I'd like to talk a little bit more to anyone about this because it is a bit of an enigma, right? And depending on how you're going to launch. So we know what kind of the market rate is for say a generic handbook. But as you think about your value add and the types of things you're doing, working with, I think, kind of the client services team to also help you with that pricing is really important. So we've got some ideas about things and also exploring new terms that I've learned about, like paywall, right? So how do you have freemium and then how do you get people into it? There's a lot of kind of commercial marketing strategies that we're starting to consider.
Thank you, Susan, and thank you, Max. The poll results are in. 14% have deployed this already. 4% have this as a 2022 project. 60% are interested, and 22% are not interested. So thank you. I hope you've all appreciated the very practical nature of these last set of presentations. And I will hand off to Oz, I believe, who's going to tell us what happens next.
Thank you. So now we have the 20 minutes breakout room to talk about the last 4 sessions that we saw. And then 10-minute break to which you use to switch to Shindig. If you don't remember where you place the link to Shindig, it's on the website. Just go to skill.law, click on Shindig, it will take you there. I'm going to start promptly at 4:30 with giving the amazing awards to the most engaging presentation and to the most most engaging video introduction and most engaging presentation today. So thank you. Breakout rooms, and then we're going to get together in Shindig at 4:30.